Okay. Oh man, I did it again. Did I gotta go out anyway. Sergeant, I do apologize. I don't mean to interrupt you. Would you go grab my lighter for me again? Thank you, sir. Okay. I'm gonna definitely need to find something a little taller than that, though, for sure. But for now we'll work with this. So, this presentation. Thank you, sir. Thank you. This presentation is on non-citizen nationals of the United States of America. What is a non-citizen national? Right, and what rights and duties do non-citizen nationals have here in the United States? I've noticed that many people are talking about non-citizen nationality in the United States. It's a big thing. It's a big concept, right? People are writing books on it, telling you that non-citizen national is the proper identity or designation for American citizens, or for I've even heard them say for state citizens, right? I did a brief. It was very brief, but extensive enough. Study. Can we see that? Let's see. Read this. Can we see that? All right. All right. So I did a good enough study on citizenship, right? I still don't look like I can really see that. Let me bring this closer. that looks better, at least for myself. So I'm going to go over what I understand about non-citizen. Damn, man, I can't really tell because that light is just so bright, man. Yes, it is. All right. Can you read this? All right, cool. That'll do. It's going to have to do. So, a non-citizen national of the United States. A non-citizen national of the United States does not have the right to vote for representative government, state or federal. These are just some of the things that I was able to obtain. A non-citizen national does not have the right. The right what? The right of claim. The right to vote for representative government, state or federal. A non-citizen national cannot vote at the state polls or at the federal polls, not in state elections nor in federal elections. Why? Because these rights belong to citizens. And these are nationals of the United States, right? But they're not citizens of any state. All right. A non-citizen national has U.S. nationality, but not U.S. citizenship. Because again, they are non-citizens, right? They're not citizens. So yes, they have the nationality of the United States, but they don't have the citizenship, right? Citizenship relates to your state government. For all these U.S. national non-citizen nationals telling you that this is the way that you're supposed to go, I'm letting you know that this is what it means to be a non-citizen national. And without your citizenship, right, you don't have any say-so in the politics or in the economics because you're from somewhere else. Understand? A non-citizen national is saying, I'm from somewhere else. All right. All right, and let me see. This is according to U.S. Excuse me. This is according to 8 USC 1408. A non-citizen national has nationality, but not citizenship in the United States. So nationality and citizenship are not the same thing. They are not. It seems to me like they have to come together. National citizenship. Nonetheless, I found out that A non-citizen national has U.S. nationality but no right of claim to the U.S. estate. Has no claim to any U.S. estate. This is according to Section 308 of the INA. All right, and I do apologize because I got so caught up and so I was so caught over by the Spirit that I wanted to bring this to you that I did not fact check. I don't know what INA stands for, but I do know that on the U.S. What is it? The Department of State. This is where I'm getting most of my information. Right? It says that according to Section 308 of the INA, non-citizen nationals basically have no claim to property or persons in the United States. So again, you can fact check that as well, right? It says that a U.S. passport. Oh, of course, I left both of them upstairs. A U.S. passport serves as proof of citizenship. U.S. non-citizens are just that, non-citizen. Okay? A national means a person owing permanent allegiance to a state. State citizenship. All right? But a U.S. citizen means a person who holds full citizenship rights, such as the right to vote and even the right to run for office as a representative of government. A non-citizen national is not a state national. A non-citizen of the United States, a non-citizen national, is not the same as what is being mentioned on your passport through the Secretary of State. When it says citizen/national of the United States, a citizen and national of the United States is a national citizen. A citizen. It is a U.S. person. So a non-citizen national of the United States would be like someone born in Samoa. Right? There's treaty, there's a compact there, right, between Samoa and America, right? But they're not particularly like they identify as the outline. But if they're coming in to America, they're identifying as a U.S. national, but not a citizen. They are saying that their trust and inheritance is in Samoa, not in the United States. But while I'm here, I'll give my permanent allegiance to the United States. But I'm not a citizen, so I can't vote. Can't vote. I can't act like the people. I'm a non-citizen national is not we the people. We the people are the U.S. citizens. So I have with me, right, every finesse scholar's favorite law book, Black's Law Dictionary. Right? And this is just so that we can look at it from a law perspective, right? what a non-citizen national and all of that is, right? We have to find what is a national, right? What is a citizen, right? And we need to figure out how those things apply, right? And if you're a non-citizen, right, we also need to see how these things apply. All right. So I was reading. I looked up in the law dictionary, Black's Law Dictionary. I have the first and the fifth edition. Okay. And I looked up in the first edition. Nationality. Because, Moorish Americans, they're big and hype on nationality. I'm like, all right, let me see about nationality, right? And so I see nationality, right? But I also see national government, right? And this is something that I had already looked at, because when I opened it to look at it again, I seen that I already had this information highlighted, right? And so I want to speak about national government, not just nationality, right? Because we're talking about non-citizenship, right? And nationality, right? So I began to read about national government. A national government is a government of the people of a single nation, of a single state or nation. So remember, America is not a single state. It's a single nation. All right? But it applies to single states as well. All right. The government of a whole nation as distinguished from that of a local or territorial division of the nation, and also as distinguished from that of a league or a confederation. So a national government is not a confederation. You got some people out there teaching you about confederacies and whatnot. It's not a league, right? It says a national government is a government of the is a government of a single state or nation united as a community by what is termed the social compact. So a national government is social compact. That's civic. That's citizen in nature, right? United as a community by what is termed the social compact, and possessing complete and perfect supremacy over persons and things. So that's property. That's estate. That's right of claim. So far as they can be made the lawful objects of civil government. Take your private property, pledge it to your government, right? And it can be administered for the benefit and for the righteousness in the public for the people, right? That's a national government. It now says a federal government is distinguished from a national government by its being the government of a community of independent or sovereign nations, sovereign states, united by a compact. A lot of these soft states are telling you, yo, just do it with the state. You're not with the national government. Deal with the state, not the federal. All right? They're teaching you federalism. They're the Federalist Papers. That says that we are sovereign. We're independent from one another. That's not the United States. The United States are in union as one. In the United States, right, in the national republic, not the federal government, but in the republic, all are one. E pluribus unum. We're not independent and sovereign states. All right. And then for these Non-citizen nationals, they're not even a part of any of the independent states or sovereign states. A non-citizen national is like someone from, again, Samoa, or they'll say like the Virgin Islands. They're not American citizens, but if they're living here in America, I'll be recognized as a U.S. national, but I'm not a citizen here. I have no right to claim. Non-citizen nationals of the United States are not original peoples of the United States. How about that? They're not identified as the original peoples of the United States. They're from somewhere else. They may be from an outlying territory, right, where there's treaty, right? But citizenship is what connects you to your state, right? If you're not a citizen of any state, right, that is in union as the national government, you're not a state national. You're not. Non-citizen national is not a designation required for citizenship. As a matter of fact, again, because it's so plain if you listen to it. Non-citizen. If you're not a citizen, you don't have citizenship here. If you don't have, but listen, you know what? Let me not even do that. So nationality, right? You can get nationality and not be a citizen of the United States. All right, and there's a difference between the rights, right, of citizens and non-citizens who are both nationals of the United States. Nationality is that quality or character which arises from the fact of a person's belonging to a nation or a state. Nationality determines the political status of an individual, especially with reference to allegiance, while domicile determines his civil status. Civil status is citizenship. Your civil status is your birthright status. So let me read that again. Nationality determines your political status, especially with reference to allegiance, while domicile, where you're from, determines your civil status, your citizenship, your rights. Your birthrights are in your citizenship, not just your nationality. You have to have national citizenship in order to be recognized in the United States as a citizen / national. They even tell you all citizens are nationals, but not all nationals are citizens. So all citizens have the recognition of their state governments, but not all nationals have any allegiance to any state. They have an allegiance to the national government, but not to any state. They weren't born here. But again, that's not to say that they can't be. They can possess passports. If a brother of Samoan descent comes here, born and recognized as an American, no, not even born and recognized as an American, but he comes to America, he applies for citizenship. I believe he would have to either naturalize, or he would be able to express, hey, me from Samoa, I'm from an outlying territory. I'm a national. I'm just not a citizen. So I'm looking for the protections of America, and I'm here in allegiance with America, right? But they know for a fact that they weren't born here. There's no right of soil here. There's no right to the estates. Their estates would be back in Samoa. All right. Their domicile, wherever they're born, that's where citizen. That's where their rights in their government. And again, non-citizen nationals cannot vote in state or federal elections because they're not citizens. Citizens are the people. The people have the persons. The people own the persons, the U.S. persons. A non-citizen national does not have a U.S. person. All right. Nationality. Nationality arises either by birth or by naturalization. All right. So a non-citizen national, right, can obtain U.S. nationality through naturalization because they weren't born here. But if I was born here and I make it known to my national government that I have in the state in Pennsylvania and I've obtained my passport, which confers citizenship to a U.S. national, right? If I have all, I'm already ready. I'm already ready. But anywho, it says, again, nationality arises either by birth or by naturalization. It states in quotes, nationality is also used as opposed to territoriality. Who deals with territoriality? We got a lot of tribal governments, right? There's a lot of tribalism, territorialism. Hey, these are our lands. All right. As a national, you accept no matter where you're from, all of this is one. Right? As a territorialist, if you will, or a federalist, or even tribalist, you're saying, hey, this is ours and we don't share with anybody. Okay? So nationality is different from tribalism. Okay. Where is it at? It says nationality is also used as opposed to territoriality for the purpose of distinguishing the case of a nation having no national territory. Right? These people out here talking about territory, they don't have any national territory. They're saying they have tribal territory. All right. Real quick, what is the process of nationalization? What is nationalization? It says the nationalization of property is an act which denotes that it has become that of the nation by some process of law whereby private individuals or private corporations have been for specified reasons deprived thereof. Oh, damn, I was deprived as a private citizen. Now I'm recognized in the public as someone who is owed. There's an indebtedness to me. Right? That's nationalization. Nationality says, hey, invest so that you may receive a return in investment. Let's go to citizenship. What is so special about citizenship? A citizen, a member of a free society, a member of a free city or jural society, possessing all the rights and privileges which can be enjoyed by any person under its constitution and government, and subject to the corresponding duties. Citizen, this is what it means to be a citizen. a member of a public member, a member who can be represented by the government. That's what a citizen is, by your state or your nation. You identify, you inhabit a city or a society within what is recognized as the United States, and you abide by the governing laws. You receive all the benefits, all the divine rights, as well as you must adhere to all the duties. Citizenship is twofold. It is right and duty. This is civics. This is civil. These are your civil rights that come without the 14th Amendment. They're inherent. Your rights through citizenship anywhere on the planet. Your right through citizenship, right, is what gives you your benefit. A member of a free city or jural society possessing all the rights and privileges which can be enjoyed by any person under its constitution and government, and subject to the corresponding duties. It says that citizenship is the status of being a citizen. So you get these rights and immunities and these duties and these obligations as a citizen, not just a national. Those rights come with duties. Someone who's not a citizen, they don't have those duties, therefore they do not have those rights. But they can still be a national. The republic is for the citizens, right? The citizens of the United States, right? Again, there's a lot of people out here. Greetings, peace and love. There's a lot of people out here telling you that you should not identify as a citizen. If you don't have citizenship, then you don't have the person, right? You don't have the security instrument. You don't even have the account. You don't have an estate. If you're not, you do not have an estate in the United States if you don't have citizenship. Let me show you my birthright. Let me show you my birthright. This is my birthright. This says that I'm a citizen of one of the states in the United States. Pennsylvania. This is my birthright. A non-citizen national does not have the security instrument. They don't have this person to be represented commercially in the national government. They don't have this security to pledge as an investment for your return, for compensation. They don't have that. Non-citizen nationals don't have an account number to file for unemployment or to file any claim against the United States. This is my birthright. That's your birthright. All right? Birthright citizenship. By you being born here does not make you from here. All right? Just because a person is born in the United States does not mean that they are from the United States. If you do not have evidence of property, if you don't have evidence of the debt, you cannot redeem the debt as full faith and credit. A national of the United States is not a state national. So now, national citizenship. If you have national citizenship, you cannot be identified as a non-citizen national. Okay? Blood rights, Trump birthrights, all day. You know what? Blood rights and birthrights are one and the same. There is no blood here. If I'm not made manifest out here in the world, I have no fucking rights out here in the world anyway. Stop with that, cat, please and thank you. Please and thank you. Go take that somewhere. If you don't like what I'm saying, it is what it is. Who's this nigga? Right? So anyway, birthright citizenship and descent citizenship, the right of the blood and the right of the soil, they have to come together. They have to. Nationality is by descent. That's jus. So what is that? That's jus. No, that's jus sanguine. That's your blood right. But without your right of birth, right? Without saying that, hey, I have attachment jus soli to the soil. Citizenship links you to the soil. So if you don't have that soil, you're not perfected. You're not perfected. You can't come out here claiming that you have any right over the land if you don't have both of these. Both of these. You can be one and not the other. He taught you that too. All right, so let's see about national citizenship, right? I'm about to read to you, and we're going to see if the information that I just presented and the information that I'm about to present translates into a non-citizen national, or if it translates otherwise, all right? Because this is about the redemption of your estate. Yes, it is. And statehood is citizenship. Without the citizenship, you have no state. You have no estate. Period. Period. If you work, anyway, let me a divine warning by the prophet for the nations. The citizens of all free national governments, the citizens of national governments, according to their national constitution, are all of one family, bearing one free national name. We're all Americans out here. Moorish American, Italian American, Arab American, Chinese American. Our free national name is American. Okay? All right. Those who fail to recognize the free national name of their constitutional government are classed as undesirables and are subject to all inferior names, abuses, and mistreatments that the citizens of the national government care to bestow upon them. And it is a sin for any group of people to violate the national constitutional laws of a free national government and cling to the names and principles which delude to slavery. What is slavery? Forced. Something that is forced, not natural. All right? I, the prophet, was prepared by the great God Allah to warn my people to repent from their sinful ways and go back to that state of mind to their forefathers' divine and national principles, that they will be law abiders and receive their divine right as citizens in this national government, according to the free national constitution that was prepared for all free national beings. So whether you're a U.S. citizen or not, if you're a U.S. national, that U.S. Constitution, you have to abide by it, right? All right. All right. They are to claim their own free national name and religion. There is but one issue for them to be recognized by this government and of the earth, and it comes only through the connection of the Moorish Divine, the national movement, which is incorporated in this national government and recognized by all other nations of the world. And through it, they and their children can receive their divine rights unmolested by other citizens. Do you see that your rights come with your citizenship? They're indivisible, right? Again, it says, and through it they and their children can receive their divine rights unmolested by other citizens, that they can cast a free national vote, that they can cast a free national ballot at the polls under the free national constitution of the state's government, and not under the granted privilege as has been the existing condition for many generations. Non-citizen nationals do not have the right to vote for representative government, state or federal. State or federal. Non-citizen nationals do not have the right to vote. Why? Because they are not citizens of this union, though they live here. They adhere to the law. They do as the others do, knowing that while they're here, they will receive protection so long as they abide by the law. They can go home at any time. All right? You who doubt whether I, the prophet, and my principles are right for the redemption of my people's estates, go to those that know law in the city hall and among your officials in your government, and ask them under an intelligent tone about your rights to your estate, and they will be glad to render you a favorable reply, for they are glad to see me bring you out of darkness into light. Money doesn't make the man. It is free national standards and power that makes a man and the nation. The wealth of all national governments. So that's nationalization, when all of the people are giving their wealth to their national government so that they can all operate as one. The wealth of all national governments, gold and silver and commerce, belong to the citizens alone. The wealth of all national governments, the gold, the silver, and the commerce belong to the national citizens alone. And without your national citizenship together, by name and principles, you have no true wealth. Not here in the United States of America. Without your national citizenship, without that card that says nationality USA, and your birthplace is somewhere that's in union with the USA, Without that, you have no true wealth. You're not invested. You're not a beneficiary. You don't have a beneficiary if you're not invested. If you don't have a birth certificate, if you don't have a principal security, if you don't have an ens legis legal entity for the record to be held accountable for and to and by, you have no right of claim to any of the energies, the time, the labor, the gold, the silver, and the commerce that comes from the return on investment from the national government. If you don't have anything to pledge, you can't expect. How you gonna go to the crap game with no money and try to fade somebody? You ain't got no money to even play the fade, let alone play the game. Man, you gonna shoot the fade on credit, huh? Fuck out of here. All right. Yeah. All right. And I am hereby calling on all true citizens that stand for a free national government and for the enforcement of the Constitution to help me in my great missionary work, because I need all support from all true American citizens of the United States of America. He needs help from the citizens, not the non-citizens. They don't even have a play in it. The non-citizen nationals have no horse in this race. They're there rooting for their favorite team, but they place no bets. Their currency doesn't compute over here. Help me to save my people. He's asking on his, help me to save my people to learn about national citizenship. Who are his people? These Moors out here. These Moors out here telling you to be non-citizen nationals and non-resident aliens and Aboriginal Indigenous Americans and Indian Americans and Moroccan Americans. Everyone who's telling you everything but you just being a citizen, a national citizen. They're telling you, hey, you got people out here trying to steal your birthright from you. It's not the government doing it, by the way. He's going to tell you it's not the government. It's the actions and the behaviors of people. He says again, where are we at? Help me to save my people who have fallen from what? From the constitutional laws of the government. Of the government. Of the. So this is an all-inclusive government. He's not even talking to the Moorish Americans in this article. He's talking to every other American citizen in his newspaper article. Telling them, asking them to teach his people about national citizenship. Now, none of that non-citizen shit. Now, none of that non-resident alien bullshit. Not all of that foreign national. None of that. None of that shit. That's. I don't want to classify that as sovereign citizenship, right? Because that's not what it is. A non-citizen national of the United States is a thing. And when you study it up, you'll see that there are very few U.S. national or non-citizen nationals of the U.S. Very few, right? But for those who are trying to press like that is the designation, that's just crazy. I ain't got time for that. I'm sorry. I'm not here to talk about that. If you subscribe to my channel, I'll answer your questions. Questions are free. Answers cost, beloved. All right. Where are we at? Help me to save my people who have fallen from the constitutional laws of the government. I am depending on your support to get them back to the constitutional fold again. So he's saying that his people are outside of constitutional law, particularly by being called blacks, Negroes, and coloreds, they're not citizens or nationals. So if he's telling you, hey, look, they're not blacks, Negroes, and coloreds, they're not non-citizens, they are citizens. He's trying to teach my people that they are citizens, that they have citizenship, that they have birthright, they have national, they have the right of blood and the right of soil in this land. They have the nationality and the citizenship in this land, just like all these other American citizens. All right. I'm depending on your support to get them back to the constitutional fold again, that they will learn to love instead of hate, and will live according to love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. You know, y'all hear the Moors say that all the time. That's like a slogan, so cliche. Love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, but they're not living by it. They're saying it. You know, what does it say? The only thing that gets a duck in trouble is its bill. That loose flannel flying. People. Anyway. Supporting our free national constitution of the United States of America. Now, let me reiterate at this particular second. Drew Ali is not talking to any Moorish Americans. He is talking to all other American citizens. And he's saying, supporting our free national constitution of the United States of America, saying, hey, this is all inclusive. I need you to help me bring them back in and recognize that this shit applies to them too. That they have equal standing. They have all of the rights and duties entrusted in being a citizen. They have it. I love my people and I desire their unity and mine back to their own free national and divine standard. Because day by day they have been violating the national and constitutional laws of their government by claiming names and principles that are unconstitutional. So he's saying that these blacks, Negroes, coloreds, whatever the case may be, they've been going against their own government. They keep knocking at the door of their government, but they don't have the password to get in. They're out there picketing and boycotting. Unconstitutional. If Italians, Greeks, English, Chinese, Japanese, Turks, and Arabians are forced to proclaim their free national name and religion before the constitutional government of the United States of America, it is no more than right that law should be enforced upon all other American citizens alike. He's not talking to any Moorish Americans right now. He's talking to other American citizens. He's saying, hey, this is what I know that you know. This is what I know what you know. Man. If y'all have to do it, we have to do it too. He named European, Middle Eastern, and Afro-Asiatic people. If these people, and said now, if those people are forced to proclaim it, then North Africans must claim it alike. Why do I say that? According to the SF 181 form, right, where we get the black and white and all of that, right? It says that First and foremost, Jurali is teaching you that national citizenship cannot align with black, right? It says black is a person having origins in any of the black racial groups of Africa, right? But then it says that white is a person having origins in any of the original peoples of Europe, Italians, Greeks, and English, the Middle East, Turkey, Arabia, right? Now, mind you, he also mentioned Asians, right? Japanese and Chinese. He said, now, if all of this is forced upon them, it has to be forced upon other citizens, American citizens alike. A person having origins in any of the original peoples of Europe, the Middle East, or the descendants of Moroccans born in America having North African descent, but citizenship here in America. The white race. Don't be black, be white, he says. Don't be dirty, be pure, he says. In government. In all other governments, when a man is born and raised there and asks for his national descent name, and if he fails to give it, he is misused, imprisoned, or exiled. Any group of people that fail to answer up to the constitutional standards of law by name and principles. Because to be a citizen of any government, you must claim your national descent name. Because they place their trust upon issue and names formed by their forefathers. Again, if you don't have national citizenship, you have no stake in the game. And Drew Ali is trying to teach these people national citizenship applies to even his group of people. And he's begging these people. He's groveling at their feet. Please help me. I really need help. Because my people, niggas is asleep. They won't even believe me. But maybe they'll believe you. All right. The word Negro deludes in the Latin language to the word nigger. The same as the word colored deludes to anything that is painted, varnished, and dyed. D-Y-E-D. So Negro, nigger, and colored all pertain to a deceptive appearance. Distinguish from that which is real. Okay? It's a non-living artificial person. And every nation must bear a national descent name of their forefathers. Because honoring thy fathers and thy mothers, your days will be lengthened upon this earth. Wherever you're at. These names have never been recognized by any true American citizen of this day. Black, Negro, colored, African American, Ethiopian, American Indian, Moor. Not to say that American Indian isn't recognized, but Native American Moor, American Indian Moor, these are not. Stop trying to be somebody in that. Let them people be themselves so that we can all get together. Right, like Pan-Americanists, right, and kumbaya with this shit. Stop, get in your place, be a part of the whole and partial to the whole. Stop trying to be independent and separate from the whole. Stop trying to be something you're not. Just saying, this government ain't gonna work for you if you don't follow the proper procedure. Period. Through your free national name, you are known and recognized by all nations of the earth, sounds like United Nations, that are recognized by said national government in which they live. National government. National government. I just read that definition earlier. National government is separate from federal government. For all of you who say that the 14th Amendment is a federal thing, cool. The federal government is not the national government. Non-citizen nationals cannot vote in national or federal elections, regardless. Why? They're not citizens. They're nationals, but they're not citizens. Here. The 14th and 15th Amendments, Negro citizenship, right? Minority, basically, to me, it would be deemed child labor, forced labor of your minority entity or your principal entity rather than your national entity. But anyway, where are we at here? The 14th and 15th Amendments brought the North and South in union, placing the Southerners who were at that time without power with the constitutional body of power. So the 14th Amendment is this non-secured citizenship, black, Negro, colored, whatever, and whatever principles, right? And the 15th Amendment relates to the voting that takes place dealing with these 3/5 of a person. So the 14th and 15th Amendment brought the North and South in union. All right? They're unconstitutional. But listen. And at that time, 1865, so all this happened in 1865. What happened in 1865? Well, the 13th Amendment had to obviously come before the 14th and the 15th. The 13th Amendment already abolished economic forced servitude. You can now only be a criminal and forced. You can only be enslaved through criminal imposition. Slavery, forced economic servitude is legal in prison. It's not legal out here in the world, in the free world. You can't be forced into labor. All right? So at that time, 1865, the free national constitutional law that was enforced since 1774 declared all men equal and free. And if all men are declared by the free national constitution to be free and equal, since that constitution has never been changed, there is no need for the application of the 14th Amendment, 14th and 15th Amendments for the salvation of our people and citizens. So he's telling you, American national citizenship, right, national citizenship has civil rights that predate the 14th and 15th Amendments. There is no need to rely on the 14th and 15th Amendments because citizenship is already established since 1774. The 14th and 15th Amendments are 3/5 of a person. They're not men. They're not women. They're not the people. And he says, since that free national constitution declared all men, competent individuals, male and female, right, to be free and equal, none of that 14th Amendment and 15th Amendment should apply. And mind you, in the beginning of this, he made reference to the 15th Amendment. The 15th Amendment dealing with voters' rights for this black racial group, but not this federal citizenship. but not this state national citizenship, right? So there isn't but one supreme issue for my people to use to redeem the lost estates that they lost, right? And that is through these above statements. Then the lion and the lamb, the rich, the rulers, and the poor, right? The debtors and the creditors, right? Because all are equal under the law, right? Then the lion and the lamb can lie down together in yonder hills, and neither will be harmed. So once these so-called Negroes, once these incompetent citizens realize that they are citizens, and they start acting as citizens, right? Damn, I lost what I was saying. Yeah, but once we get to that point, right, all things will be to the good of the people, basically, right? Because love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice will be reigning in this land. Remember, the Moorish Americans, they love to talk about love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice like they're bringing it, and we're looking for it. And Drew Ali is telling all these other Americans, hey, look for that love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Look for it. He's not talking to the Moors in this article. I keep trying to reiterate that so that y'all can consider the exchange. He's not talking to the Moors. He's making a plea. You got all these Moors telling you that these other people aren't American citizens, and that there aren't Americans, and that they aren't this, and that they aren't that. Drew Ali is begging and pleading to those same fucking people. Please help me. Please help me. They lost their shit. He said, in those days, the United States will be one of the greatest civilized and prosperous governments in the world. So he's talking about the United States government as the national government, not as any federal government. He already told you we're dealing with national. We're dealing with statehood. We're dealing with national statehood. We're dealing with nation statehood, is what he's talking. But if the above principles are not carried out by the citizens and by my people who are learning to be citizens, because his mission statement was to teach those things necessary to make men and women of our group better citizens. So again, he's saying, but if the above principles are not carried out by the citizens and my people in this government, the worst is yet to come. Because the great God, Allah, the great God of the universe, so he says the great God of the universe, right? So he's making a universal appeal. He's not even saying that you have to come to it as Allah, right? But however you come to the universal God, the great God, right, is not pleased with the works that are being performed in North America. So the United States national government must be in North America. By my people. Let me reread that. Because the great God of the universe is not pleased with the works that are being performed in North America by my people, and this great sin must be removed from the land and to save it from enormous earthquakes and diseases, etc. The great God of the universe is not pleased with these people out here not handling their affairs, not being citizens, not learning the law that their own ancestors brought and contributed to in 1774. They're dishonoring all of that. All of that. What is the difference between a Moroccan and Asiatic? Again, I'm really not. I'm just doing my thing. I'll come back to those in a second. All right. All right. And I, the prophet, do hear and believe that this administration of the government, being more wisely prepared by more genius citizens, that believe in their free national constitution and laws, and through the help of such classes of citizens, I, the prophet, truly believe that my people will find the true and divine way of their forefathers and learn to stop serving carnal customs and merely ideas of man that have never done them any good but have always harmed them. So he's saying that through all of these other classes of Americans, the Moorish Americans will finally come and realize their own forefathers' divine and national creed if they would just pay attention to these other American citizens. He's telling these other people, I need you to help me bring my people back. And through such classes of citizens within this government that I feel the dude is great and ingenious right now, my people will find their way back. Drew Ali is telling the Moorish Americans to go to the very people that they're out here Oshkosh bagashing. Straight up. So I, the prophet, am hereby calling aloud with a divine plea. See, he's begging. He's begging. He's begging. I hate to say it that way, but that's what it is. He's not too proud to beg. He needs help. He needs help. This man put his full faith and credit. He sacrificed his own credibility. Look, I'm being completely transparent with all of you. I really need your help. So I, the prophet, am hereby calling aloud with a divine plea to all true American citizens to help me remove this great sin which has been committed and is being practiced by my people in the United States of America. So Drew Ali just said the United States, North America, and the United States of America, all being the national government. No distinction. Actually, it's all inclusive. He's telling them that from his perspective in law, whether it's the United States of America, or North America, when you're referring to it nationally, it's all one and the same. All of that extra talk about, this other de facto government, yada, yada, yada. All right. Because they know it is not true, and the divine way, and without understanding, they have fallen from the true light of citizenship into utter darkness of civil death. If you wish to be civilly living, you have to be a citizen. You can't be a citizen and expect to have any civil rights that come with you performing your duties accordingly. And there is not a nation on earth today that will recognize them socially, religiously, politically, or economically, etc., 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 in their present condition of their endeavorments, in which they themselves try to force upon a civilized world. So that means that whatever these people are doing, that he's telling them to help help him help them, they're acting uncivilized. They're acting uncitizen-like. They will not refrain from their sinful ways of action and their deeds. People like to talk about deeds. This right here, this statement here, I can see this today. With all these people out here trying to do quit claim deeds and all this other shit. Listen to what he says. And their deeds have brought Jim Crowism, segregation, and everything that brings harm to human beings on earth. So all of that sovereign citizen trying to adverse possess and squatting on people's shit. I mean, do y'all not see it? It causes harm. There is a way to do adverse possession. It's not the way that these enemies of the state, combative radicals, right? It's not like it's not that way. If you're not a citizen, right, you're not a recognized party in the trust agreement. You're not a beneficiary, nor are you a trustee. You have no play. None. He says, and they fought the Southerner for all these great misuses. But I've traveled in the South and I've examined conditions there. And it is the works of my people continuously practicing the things which bring dishonor, disgrace, and disrespect to any nation that lives the life. All the nations are living the life. And whatever it is that he's saying that his people are bringing disgrace, disrespect, and dishonor to all American citizens. How about that? How about that? Not wishing to be one with the people. Listening to all this sovereign citizen shit. Listening to all this guru finesse, what they call it, grifter shit. Everyone telling you get away from your government. Drew Ali never told you to get away from the government. He never told you get away from the government. He actually told you go to the government and ask them motherfuckers. Hey, is it right? Is what he's trying to teach his people right for them? Is that right for them? And they're going to say, not only is it right for them, it's right for you. And I'm glad that you come home. And I'm hereby calling on all true American citizens for moral support and finance. See, he's asking for moral support and he's asking for funding. You got some organizations that say, hey, we don't accept donations. Drew Ali was, hey, please, if you're an American, we need your help. I need a fucking loan. I need a grant. I need your time, energy, and labor to help me get my people back. I need your, whatever it is that you're doing business-wise, I need you to go to my people and say, hey, look, you can join this union. Just to show them so that they can come back here and recognize what they're doing. They're supposed to be doing. And then we can all get to work here in America. And I'm hereby calling on all American citizens for moral support and finance to help me in my great missionary work to bring my people out of darkness into marvelous light. Drew Ali was not teaching non-citizen nationalism. He was not teaching division, segregation. He was not teaching secularism. He was teaching unity. He was saying, hey, look, my people, I need y'all to really help me get at my people. For those of you who know, get at the intelligent ones and get in their head, man. So that they can go back home to their babies and let their babies know that these niggas been out here lying to them. Non-citizen national. I want y'all to keep that in mind. Anyone who's selling you the concept of being a non-citizen national of the United States, they're telling you, you know what? Hold on. One more thing. Again, non-citizen nationals, right? They do not have the right to vote, right? Now, in that article, we already heard that Drew Ali stated that all American citizens, all national citizens have the right to vote, right? But that was just Drew Ali speaking specifically. He was speaking generally to everybody. What does Drew Ali tell his Moorish Americans? There's a newspaper article entitled Political Slavery. Okay? It says anytime a man or a woman fails or refuses to cast a sacred ballot at the polls, they separate themselves from all rights of an American citizen. If you don't vote, if you can't vote, you're not a citizen. And you don't have the rights of a citizen. A citizen has the right to travel, by the way, not a non-citizen. Right? For surely this is the one connecting medium for a citizen to his nation. I just want to read that part again. Anytime a man or a woman fails or refuses to cast a sacred ballot at the polls, they separate themselves from all rights of an American citizen. For surely this is the one connecting medium for a citizen to his nation. They become no more than belated beasts of burden. There are reasons why such classes, who are more or less independent, take no part in politics, since they say they get nothing out of it in such the way of material gain. This is no less than a political slave, since they refuse to voice their sentiments at the polls. That's all the people out there talking about, oh, you shouldn't vote, but you're still complaining and shit. But the only way to get in is to vote. In order to vote, you should be informed. You should be informed. It's your duty to know these laws and acts and policies and statutes, because you're supposed to be people of the law, right? Anyway, another form of political slavery, which is probably more prevalent among the less independent classes, is that of being forced into one of the major parties and they're bribed, coerced, or otherwise forced to vote the wishes of someone else, regardless of their own mind. So there was a recognition of other parties. There are other parties, and there's a recognition. There's a confirmation that there's a republic, there's a democratic, there's an independent. There are other parties, all right, that are party to government. My particular is Republican, because that's the only constitutional government. And as long as you let the democracy or the independent or whatever the case may be, as long as there is no unity on the Republican side where people are actually casting a vote, that's what allows for de facto government. Again, it's because the people are not doing what they just need to be doing that other things are being done in their name. Before there can be general relief for the economic good of all forms of political slavery must be abolished, and every citizen must take his part in the affairs of the nation. Non-citizen nationals are not state nationals. They're not citizens of the United States. Y'all have heard this before. I'm not a citizen of the United States. That's what they say. I'm not a U.S. citizen. That's what they say. I'm not that person. I didn't create that person. That's not my person. Whoever created it owns it. That's what people are teaching. That's that non-citizen national. You have no rights in this land if you're not a national citizen of any group. Whatever, man. Like what you're saying is not wrong, but you're missing the point. Corporation is the body. It's the body politic. It's the organized body that works for the people. Every government is a corporation. We're doing commerce. The land is under corporate investment, man. And again, if you don't want to be a part of it, that's fine. Go teach that on your platform, please and thank you. I'm not even feeding into that. You know what I mean? I've been down that road. And again, you can do that. I identify as a national citizen, and you can identify as whatever you want to with all of that shit you're talking about. La condena como le di. No problem. You do you. I'm just teaching what this man taught me. So if you can tell me that what you're teaching is something that he taught, then I'll talk with you about it. But all that stuff that you're teaching, that you're talking about, it doesn't come through this information whatsoever. Period. Point blank period. All right. If you wish to be. Oh, damn. Let me see again. Let me write this out again real quick. A non-citizen national national of the United States has nationality but not citizenship in the United States. And that is, again, 8 United States Code 1408. A non-citizen national of the United States has nationality, but not citizenship. All right? A non-citizen national has no right of claim to the United States to any property. And that is also section 308 of the INA. My source of reference for these codes and sections is the U.S. Department of State, right? Because again, I went and I looked up what it means to be a non-citizen national. It started talking about people, if you claim to be a non-citizen national, there must be a certificate of that. and then it says that there's really no such thing, right? As a matter of fact, hold on, because let me see. Is it going up yet? It's still not going up. Allah. Damn it. Daniel! Well, I was trying to find out what the letter I and it, you know what I mean. National citizenship classification in the U.S. Department of State, and I got information with those initials, but I didn't look up to see what they mean. So I'm really not comfortable presenting this information without knowing what it is exactly.
The acronym?
Yes, the acronym.
Okay, the Immigration and Nationality Act.
Ah, ski. Thank
Let me just make sure.
No, that's definitely the
Okay,
fuck
all
it,
right.
bro.
Ooh,
Say it again.
Should the Immigration and National Act? I think that's what it said.
All right, cool. And what else was you? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm actually. Come here. Allah, this is Allah, and Allah has given me the answer. Right? Let me place my hand in Allah's hands. Is all well?
It is.
All is well. Islam. All right, so INA stands for, say that one, Immigration Nationality Act. Here, let me. Yeah. I'm glad that I know that. All right. Immigration Nationality Act. What did it say? I think it says section 308. And this basically states that non-citizen nationals have no claim to any land or property in the United States as a citizen, according to the Immigration Nationality Act. All right. Let me see here. All right, Talib, are you still here? Damn, I can't even bring Talib up. Talib, are you still here? And Talib is not responding, so I'm guessing the brother does not wish for me to answer that question. But again, This is what you get with dealing with the non-citizen national, right? Now, the passport, it states on the U.S. Department of State website that the U.S. passport confers citizenship. So if you are a card-carrying national citizen, you have a passport. All right. The Secretary of State on the passport, right, stands as principal trustee for any and anyone who is a citizen and national and or national of the United States. It does not say non-citizen national on the passport. Clearance is given to a citizen who is a national of the United States. The passport confers citizenship. By you being born here does not make you from here. You have to apply and answer up to be recognized as a citizen. You have the right then to vote. You have the right then to not be deprived of life, liberty, or the pursuit of happiness. You have the right to control, because remember, it's not about ownership. Remember, it's about control. You have the authorization to control property. You have equitable ownership, legal ownership, because you nationalized. You've pledged legal ownership. You gave it back to who created it and said, hey, look, I'm not liable. I'm not solely liable. I'm equitably responsible. All that non-citizen stuff, the way that it's being presented out here as being the way to, I guess, correct your status, or however they're trying to, package it up to you, right? That ain't it, yo. That is not. If you are seeking protections and provisions, if you are seeking rights and immunities that are supposed to be inherent before government and that is being enforced through government, you have to be a fucking citizen, man. You have to be a citizen, yo. That's what it is. That's what it is. So, appreciate you all for coming. I hope this has been helpful. Just trying to help y'all make sure y'all don't go out there crashing out, filling out paperwork that ain't got nothing to do with nothing, and causing harm to yourself that may be irreversible. All right. Where are the non-citizen nationals at? I'll open up the floor and we can speak cordially and respectfully, right? Because I'm not here to tell anybody that their way is wrong. What I'm here to say is that the way that this brother brought it, I'm here to reveal that. I align with that. And that information here says that I'm supposed to have a passport. It says that I'm supposed to have national citizenship. It says that I'm supposed to nationalize, which means I'm supposed to give that which is mine for the administrative easement of the nation in order to be able I'm supposed to give the debt in order to receive the credit. I'm supposed to to hand over this sin in order to be redeemed. Wealth of knowledge, gratitude indeed. Peace and love to you. Appreciate that. But you know what? Now I'm willing to answer some questions, love. All right. Let me see what it is that you would ask me for. Brother, why was Morocco removed from the Non-Hague Convention in 2016 via Germany's objection? So my answer to that is I don't know. I don't deal with Morocco. I don't know what Morocco is doing. So I don't know why that happened. I'm not informed. I'm not following to any real degree what's happening politically or socially or whatnot on any African continent, to be honest with you. Or excuse me, any African country on the continent. So I don't know. I hope that's helpful. I don't know shit about it, fam. Let me see here. And hopefully this will start charging up. But if not, it's all good. So we're good. There's 8 people out here. Anybody desire to talk, speak about, spitball, bounce some thoughts and whatnot off each other? As a matter of fact, let me open it up this way, right? Let me see if I can do this. I can do this. There we go. So what is a national citizen? A national citizen is an individual who has both right of soil and right of blood in America. A national citizen is a person who has evidence of being a citizen of any state in the Union and recognized by the national government. A national citizen, is a secure party and creditor. A national citizen is the managerial employee caste as opposed to the servant class citizen. A national citizen is we the people of the United States. A national citizen is a private citizen who has pledged their property, their gold, their silver, their commerce, etc., to the national government for public administration, not for themselves, but for the whole. And in exchange for that investment, they get better returns on investment whenever they do business professionally. They are then able to do things like not avoid tax, but defer tax. They are able to, not be subject to federal withholdings, though they still honor their state. Let me see. I am a national non-citizen. Well, so you can't be okay. International Karma Connection, right? Check this out. To be a non-citizen means that you were not born in America, according to American law. You said that you are a national non-citizen born in the United States. If you are born in the United States, if you have a birth certificate, if you have an ens ligas here, then your person in commerce is a citizen of the United States. So if you are a national but not a citizen, that means that you were born somewhere else and you just owe permanent allegiance to the national government. I decided to take myself out of the jury. Yeah, I hear all of that, but I need you to understand. As a matter of fact, here, Damn, you can't bring you up either? All right, I tried to. Yeah. So listen, the definition of a non-citizen is one who does not have any birthright estate in America. So you're right. You took yourself out of the jurisdiction. You're not one of we the people. That's what you've done. Because you're not a citizen. You have no recognition. There is no evidence of you having any beneficial investment. Right. I understand what you were saying. I was right. So if you were born in America, then you're not a non-citizen. But you said you took yourself out. So you are not able to vote, which means that you have no voice to be heard. You have no vested interest in what goes on in the politics or the economics or anything that deals with American life. Right. If you cannot vote, then you will not be heard. You can't change anything. You're not civilly recognized. You have, you have, yeah, because you took yourself out. You have a dead status. You're in the dark. But I guess that's what most people want. They want to not be bothered. They want to kill off or get rid of or not even deal with. And so hey, I just know that if I wish to benefit in this government, I can't identify with any name or principle that suggests that I'm not a citizen, that I'm not a party to the corporate body. I have to be a trustee. I have to be an agent, right? In order, I have to be a part. I have to be recognized as a family member if I'm going to ever put my hand in the family treasure chest. You know what I'm saying? So, but I hear you, and I hear that, and again, if that's how you stand, then so be it. But I'm letting you know that an example of a non-citizen national, again, would be like someone from Guam, okay, who, though not born in the United States, though he has no citizenship, he has no rights in America, um, he has certain protections nationally. There's still safe passage. But that individual is not recognized as part and partial. You're not an integral part of this government. Does not, you have no right. The citizenship of a a non-citizen national of the United States being from Guam would state that they have citizenship in Guam, but they have nationality in the United States. Or like a lot of these brothers out here who want to have Morocco. You can be a non-citizen national, right, and claim Moroccan subject. You could be a non-citizen, right? The issue with a lot of these people out here trying to claim that though is that they're not born. They weren't born in Morocco, so they don't have citizenship in Morocco unless they actually go through some type of naturalization process, right? Or citizenship process in order to be they have to at least live in Morocco, I think, between 2 to 7 years to obtain that Moroccan nationality. And in Morocco, nationality and citizenship are one. So that's another difference. There are brothers and sisters out here saying, hey, I'm a Moroccan national, I'm a Moroccan subject. Cool, you're a non-citizen national. You have none of this applies to you. You cannot plant any seeds here, nor can you reap the benefit here on your own. You can work alongside, right? But you'll never truly be, you know? Damn, Did it again. Oh, my son's gonna be so. G. G. You gonna work for this? G. Daniel. Islam. So is the first and foremost, is this door closed up there? All right, cool.
I've been trying to turn down the headphones.
You're trying to turn down the headphones? All right. Damn, I needed one. I would like my tobacco, please. I know, bro. That's why I didn't wish for you to come down. I was trying to catch you at the top, but you know. So let me see here. In order to do it, to do what correctly? Let me ask you. In order to do it correctly, you have to pledge allegiance to the country. I don't know who Fred Hundo is. All right, we'll see. What's up?
Hey, what's up, my brother?
Peaceful greetings, family. How you doing?
I'm good, man. I'm here to learn. I'm loving it. I'm loving where you're going already. I have several different books that I'm
One
reading
second,
on,
G.
and I'm
You beat me up. My rolling
okay.
paper. Just they're up there wherever you found these. Just tell Allah to get Dad's yellow. Just tell him to get my rolling papers if you don't feel like running back up there. Thank you, my love. All right, I'm back, baby.
Yes, sir. So I just have several different books that I'm reading, and I'm relearning how to, before I start to do anything, I'm just reading to understand and teach my kids something different. So that's where I'm at, and I already hear you talking about a lot of things. So I'm just excited to be here, man.
Well, I appreciate that, family. I'm teaching. I'm basically giving my research to the people, right? All of this process that I've been talking about right now, it's applicable to all people. There should be there's no reason to go to any extremes when you're filling out information, right? I can assure you. Thank you, sir. I would tell you to learn bookkeeping, accounting, business administration, and finance.
Mm-hmm.
Learn those foundations and teach your babies that too.
Okay.
Right. And I would tell you to get yourself a passport. And then when you have your passport, everything that you would do with your state ID or your driver's license or your social security number, you would start doing it with your passport instead.
Right. 5-star passport.
I mean, brother, I don't really know if those stars mean anything, man. I don't. There's a lot of evidence to one side and to the other,
Okay.
But if you have a passport, if you have that national citizenship recognition card, what I'll call it,
Mm-hmm.
On any and every level, as long as you're able to express your rights and enforce it through Constitution, then the better you know, the more the better you're still secure, brother. I have a 5-star passport. All right.
Okay.
I don't know if those stars, like I can't believe that they don't mean anything, because if it was just a uniform thing, everyone would have the same things on there, right?
Right.
I do not know, again, whether that's I'll tell you what I believe, but this is just my belief. It's my opinion, right? So that stands for love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice.
Mm-hmm.
All right, these are the divine principles that you're aware of the Moorish American
Yes, sir.
diaspora.
Yes,
All
sir.
right. So these are the principles that Noble Drew Ali said would reign through all of American uh, uh, business, period.
Mm-hmm.
So he said the national standards make the man and the nation. And he gave us 5 standards, 5 principles. So when I see 5 stars, I imagine that the love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice is recognized. And this is according to my religious rights and freedoms. You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
But I can't tell you that it means anything else to anybody else. No, I'm not military. Unfortunately, I went to the other camp for 7 years.
I got you.
No, I was just answering the question here.
Okay.
Yeah, I was asked if I was military. No, I went to the other gated community. Still had to eat at the chow hall. Still had to report to the barracks. Just wasn't called that. You know what I mean? But yeah, I would tell you, get your passport for your children. Don't change anything on your birth certificate. Don't change anything on your passport or on your social security. If you change anything on your social security, make sure that it aligns with whatever it is that you're getting your passport with. Right? Your passport, that's your We the People card, bro. That's your We the People card. Yeah. So if you wish to purchase yourself a firearm and enforce your Second Amendment rights, make sure that the property that you have that you have on you is recognized. You know what I mean? Under your proper national citizenship. Like, hey, I'm recognized by my national government. I could have went and got it with my social security number, but that's a minority account. I have the Mator account. I have both. But when you give your social security number and your birth certificate as evidence of citizenship on the passport form, you're letting them know that you're filing a claim. You're filing a claim for recognition, man. And when you receive that passport, man, that's really where it's at. All of these people talking about running around here without licenses and shit. Try that shit if you want to. But any licenses, any business that you would do, let me give you an example. I have worked, and I do work with my passport, right, as opposed to my birth certificate and social security card, because I'm aware that according to the I-9 form, you're familiar with the I-9 form?
Yes, sir.
All right. So according to the I-9 form, the passport is one of those things on list A that can identify you nationally and civilly as a citizen in the United States. And if you don't have that, then you're going to need at least one document, right, from list B, and at least one document from list C: birth certificate, social security card.
Right.
So,
And they call those supplemental
right.
that supplemental identification.
Right. So with my passport, I'm already nationally and civilly recognized when I do my business, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I go ahead and mind you, I'm working W-2. I'm not 1099 in it. I'm willing to work as a servant as I'm learning how to be a master. You feel me? I ain't got no problem with W-2 in it. So I received my W-4 in it. So I received my W-2s. And I didn't make any specific special assertions, but my W-2 states that there was 0 federal withholding. All state taxes were paid in nationally, but federally, there was no default federal withholding, which shows that I'm not a non-citizen. It shows that I'm a secured citizen. All right. Whenever I actually went through the background check, right? Everybody does a background check before you go to work and whatnot. The background check not only came back swiftly, but it came back not reporting anything associated with my social security number. And mind you, I gave the social security number. I pledged my allegiance, right? I pledged my social security to the United States. So they have all of that information embedded, but none of that came up. There was none of the litigation that I was going through, right? None of that showed up. Now, had I been working with with the Social Security card and the birth certificate, that public information would have been made public. Um, and as well, hold on, there's something else with that. Okay, so I'm collecting food stamps through the social, right? And I'm working through the passport. And when I was doing this, there was no audit whatsoever. Now, if you're anyone who receives public assistance as a non-national citizen, if you will, you're not allowed to work, or it's not that you're not allowed to work, but you must report taxable income. So I learned that the fact that no audit ever went off showed me that I was not in that jurisdiction whatsoever. And again, with the non-federal withholdings or the federal non-withholdings, it just became, I realized that I was not required to report to the feds. Right. So it wasn't until I filed an unemployment claim. My bad, pardon me. It wasn't until I filed an unemployment claim, right? Because job was over, whatever the case, and I needed to, I wanted to file unemployment. And I knew that I was working with the passport, so I knew in my mind I didn't even use the social security number, right? So I'm like, all right, I'm not even going to have to give them the social, right? Because again, I'm experimenting. I want to see what I can and cannot do, right? And when I filed the claim, I filed it with I showed that the W-2 had my passport number in place of the social security number, right? So let me see. Hold on. Oh man, I hope they're not restricting my. Okay, maybe it's my cigarette, but nonetheless. Anyway, so when I filed the unemployment claim, my name on the passport and my name on the social security card did not match. Okay. So when I filed this, I'm thinking, oh, yeah, I'm good. I should get a bypass. I did not receive the bypass. What I received was a letter telling me that I had to give them the social security number. And I'm like, why I got to give that to you, right? I didn't use it. I didn't do business with it. And the individual had told me that because the names did not match, right? And so I realized then and there that, damn, my person is not perfected, right? Understanding accounting, then what's the left side must be equal to the right side in all manners, right? My issue was on my passport, I had my Moorish title of L. And on the social security card, I did not have that title. So because those conflicted, by default, they had to file the claim under the social. And that caused an audit in which I no longer received the cash assistance that I was receiving but I still maintain the uh, uh, SNAP benefits. So I understood that had I had both the names, my name on both of the accounts, the Social Security and the national passport, that claim would have been processed, recognized that the Social Security number belonged to me, but it would not have been processed under that. It would not have caused an audit because what happened was I was mixing private and public because I had not yet perfected my person in commerce.
Do you mind going into what you did later in order to perfect and be able to
Absolutely.
convey your person?
Absolutely. No problem. So what I've learned is that I had to go back to the Social Security Administration office because I realized that all of my citizenship and all of the energy, if you will, the labor that has been hypothecated in my person, it starts right there. And I had to declare, I had to correct my citizenship status. I had to correct my race. And because I already had my passport that had the name with title, I was able to also correct the name on the Social Security card so that both persons matched. That's all I did. If you don't change, if the name that's on your birth certificate, or excuse me, if the name that's on your Social Security card is the same as the name that's on your passport, then you won't have the issue that I had. But if you are acknowledged as Black or African American, this is this is not even a subnational class. This is a class not fit for human business. This is not. This is the person or the classification, if you will, that says this is not one. This one is not like the rest of us. So, as a North African descendant, as opposed to an African American descendant, I made sure that it was known that I had white status because I know that according to the ethnicity and race identification form. Are you familiar with that?
No, I'm not.
All right, it's called the SF standard form. It's called the SF 181. You can Google that, see that. It's called the ethnicity and race identification form. And it gives us in the United States the classification of race, right? You've got American Indian, Native Alaskan, you've got Asian, you've got Black or African American, you've got Pacific Islander, and you have white. And 4 of the 5 relate to original peoples of original lands. And Black is the status or the race classification that does not it does not delude to any government, any real people. So I knew that as an African, rather than being identified with the Black racial group, I identified with the white racial group.
Understood.
And then as a Moorish American, we learned that white means purity, purity means God, God means ruler of the land, man and his God are one. Man can't be black, negro, or colored because he's made in the image and after the likeness of God. God is white. God's nation is white. White just means pure, free of debt.
It's not a race. It's not based on race.
What's not based on race?
White.
White is based on just. So again, when you get a moment, I'm actually looking for it because I have it. But when you look that up, you'll see that is the classification of races in the United States. You'll see it on
I agree with
most
that.
applications for employment when they ask you your race or your ethnicity. It is some version of that SF 181 form.
I understand. I was just saying also, white is considered as a class where
It's the
white
free
people,
class.
right?
Yeah, and aren't you
White
free?
people are willingness to work, to be indentured servants, whereas
I'd
black,
rather be an indentured servant than a forced servant. An indentured servant can become a master.
absolutely.
A laborer can become a manager.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Right?
Yes, sir.
But so here's the definition of white. A person having origins in any of the original peoples of Europe, the Middle East, or North Africa.
So we're actually saying the same thing. So when I was saying white is not a race, it's more of a class. What I was saying is whites are people who are willing to work, who have free will, where they have all rights.
The
Whereas,
concept of race.
whereas black,
Mm-hmm.
regardless of the race, black means someone who is being forced to work, and all rights are stripped away.
Yeah, black
So
means not a citizen. Black means
right,
you're not recognized here. You're an intruder, right? You ain't got no people. I don't find you're a cat. You're a stowaway on the ship.
right. So
Black means that's what
as I'm
you are.
saying
So
it,
as long
I'm
as you're
saying
on
it
the
to
ship,
say that as
go ahead.
much as we love our people, we have to be able to teach them. And I'm not talking about you. I'm just saying all together we have to be able to teach them that this is not a race war. This is
No, see,
this is a class war.
racially we win when we say that we're all one race. When we use the concept of race, right? Because that's prevalent in society, right? The human race. The human race, there is only black and white. There's not even red, brown, right? We don't those classifications are not even a thing in United States documentation, right?
Mm-hmm.
White race, black race, Asian race, yada yada. The white race consists of all continents is one here in America. All three specific continents and all of their countries, all of their people having estates born here in America. They're all of one caste. They're all equal and free.
Yes, sir.
That's what white. That's what the white status pertains to
Absolutely.
in race classification. Now you can be American Indian it's a tribe. It's a subnational race classification. Subnational because to be a national, you must identify with the states. And our American Indian brothers and sisters, they do not do that. They have their own tribal as opposed to national governance. Right? They still have national provisions federally. Right? You have Asians. Right? Asian is a classification that's specific. Hey, you're from over here in Asia. Right? I don't know if you're aware, but the Middle East is also Asia.
I wasn't aware of that.
So what we call the Middle East, that's it's known as Eurasia. That is definitely the Asiatic lands. Right? It's North Africa and Asia together, is what that is. When you leave out of Egypt and you're going across that little passage and you're
Right.
going towards Jordan and Syria and Canaan and Israel and all of that, that's Asia, man. That's the Asiatics over there.
So look, I want to ask you because you said the SF 181, which is ethnicity and race, the race form, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So along with what you did when you convey your person to your passport,
Uh,
um, you said you corrected the citizenship status and race.
okay, so I filed an affidavit I gave notice of affidavit along with my application.
Okay.
Maybe that's what you're alluding to. Let me explain
Yes,
that.
sir.
All right. So when I filled out the passport application, when I filled out the application for citizenship, because that's what it is, right? For national citizenship. I also attached an affidavit because according to the school of thought that I follow as a Moorish American, I'm supposed to declare my free national name and religion. I'm supposed to make a declaration of it. I must declare it. So I wrote up an affidavit stating it was an affidavit of truth, declaration of national allegiance, and I stated that I am a Muslim. My nationality is Moorish American. My religion is Islamism. My religious affidavit of organization for the Moorish Science Temple of America and its jurisdictions has been filed in the Cook County Recorder's Office, Chicago, Illinois, August 1st, 1928 at 2 p.m. My prophet and president of that national organization is Noble Prophet Noble Drew Ali. And then I put that I am a free national citizen of this free national government. Excuse me, I am a free national citizen of this free national republic of the United States of America. All right. And I signed that I signed it in front of the post office official when they were processing my application. I missed out. I said all members are required to wear fez, turban. I listed some other things because I actually have my fez on in my passport, and I understood that that was a religious, cultural identity. That wasn't a hat, right? That was religious, and so I had the religious right to have that on. So I wanted to make reference to that in my affidavit. This is why I'm identifying as a Muslim culturally by the things that I wear. So I said all members are required to wear fez, turban. I made mention of the Circle 7 ensign, lapel pins, crescent moon and star, etc., etc. I said all members are required to um, religious titles to their surnames, right? And all of these, I was putting all of these in there because I knew that these were the points that I was willing to bring up to anybody, and I know that these are the things that are going to be. If anybody were to pull my record, this is what's on file. You feel me?
Okay.
This is what's on file that I'm recognized by a nation, by a group of people prior to the Emergency Bank and Relief Act that has pledged their their commerce to the United States. That I'm a Muslim, meaning that my trust law, the administration of my estate, right, is according to these rules, usages, etc. Right. I made a very, very plain yet profound statement to let them know that I'm a citizen, that I recognize all my rights, duties, immunities, and obligations. On the actual passport form, when it asked for my occupation, I wrote minister, right? And it asked who my employer was, and I put the Moorish Science Temple of America. And the reason I did that is because according to the religious doctrine, chapter 1 tells you that all thoughts of Allah are already ordained to be Lord of the plane of soul and manifest. So I'm already ordained, right? And chapter 10 tells you that there is no need for any intercessor. That you just walk right up to Allah, place your hand in His, which is basically agreeing, allegiance, and that you are a priest just for yourself, right? So my job is to be a priest or a minister and administer of God's law. So I'm already ordained, and God, Drew Ali gave us the organization. It's an everlasting organization with principles, and so again, I lay claim to it. I'm an heir I'm an heir to that organization. I'm an heir to that Nung Pro Tonkin these days.
Understood.
Yeah, so those are the things that are on my passport. Now, I'm going to tell you some of the things that I did do that I realized that if I were to do it again, I wouldn't feel the need to do it because I'm more confident. I put that my mother and father were not U.S. citizens, and that was
Where,
not the thing to do.
but
And
where are
the
you
only,
conveying that at?
huh?
Where are you conveying that at on your with your citizenship status?
So on the passport form, it asks if your mother or father are U.S. citizens.
Okay, on the passport. Thank you.
Okay, and it says yes or no. Matter of fact, right here. Here, matter of fact, let me hold on. Let me take that out of my mouth. I'm gonna make it bigger so that you can see it as well. All right.
Okay.
This is I have a copy. I keep copies. I print out. I print out a lot of shit, bro. So I have a passport form, right? Because that's how I was able personally uh, to review this stuff for myself before I even filled it out. Let me see where my finger is. So up here in this corner, pardon so. Up here in this corner, right here, these boxes, it asks if your mother and father are U.S. citizens. Now there are movements out there that are telling people to say no. They say that if you're not a U.S. citizen, then you must be a state citizen, which is utter fucking gibberish. Because to be a citizen means that you're a part of the state. Your citizenship is aligned with your state, and your nationality is aligned with the whole government, right? So what saved me from not being, hopefully, this isn't thought. What saves me from that error is that in my affidavit, I did say that I am a free national citizen. If I'm a citizen of the U.S., then my mother and father have to be as well. Otherwise, I'd be lying. You see what I'm saying?
Hmm.
My mother and father do have citizenship here in the United States. They do have ens legacies. They do have a state here. So they're not non-citizen nationals. And again, if they're a U.S. citizen, then they're already a state national. If you're a citizen, you're already a state national. If you're not a citizen, you're a national, but you're not a state national because you're not a citizen. All right, I want to answer this question real quick. It says, what does ethnicity have to do with political power? So, under the guise of Islam, and I'm just coming from an Islamic perspective, Islam is a political program, and all facets of human life are relative and executive, if you will, in Islam. So politics is one of the politics is civics. It's your civic relationship, right, to your government. Politics is your connection as a citizen to your national representatives. Politics is how you're heard through your political representatives. All right. So if the people ethnically, right, or racially, if we all have a common cause and we're all going for, then we all share the same condition ethnically as well as environmentally. And so I would personally deal with someone who ethnically and or racially, right, desires for themselves the same things that I desire for myself. So politically, I would align myself with those who have the like conditions and the like, guess, causes in order to enforce themselves politically. And it says, where do you find ethnicities? I mean, so where do you find ethnicity? These are all concepts. These are all concepts. I speak to the ones that I'm aware of. You ask me, where do I find the ethnicities? And that kind of sounds like a loaded question to me. It may not be. But you find ethnicity is a condition shared by people regardless of where they are in relation to land. Ethnically, I'm Muslim. Ethnically, I'm a Muslim. Now, if I go to Asia and I walk up into a masjid, ethnically, they're Muslim. Politically, we're connected as one people. Ethnically, we're one people. We share language. We share common. We share continuity. We share name. We share culture. Ethnically, I'm a Muslim. Racially, I'm white. So you find ethnicity in the culture of the people, in the shared culture of the people. Period. Hope that helps. Back to you, beloved. Floor is open to yourself. Brother Fred Hundo. Unless there's anyone else who may have questions as well, you're more than welcome. And again, I'm not saying I know everything. I'm just showing y'all what I figured out, what I found out, sharing it with you all. And, if you don't agree, you don't agree. Okay, I'm about to get my kids. I got you. I'll step you down. I'll bring you down. No problem. No problem. I got you. All right. Anybody else got any questions, concepts that we would like to speak about? In order to the foundation, your foundation is civics. Let me see here. Peaceful greetings, King.
Yo, what up, man?
What up, family?
Yeah, it's cool. So, I was trying to figure out like, so like all this activity you've been taking, like how are you benefiting from it?
So, like I said, I know that when I'm able to. So, for one, I'm able to draw out of the public benefits as well as be compensated without being taxed in the public, right? Because I'm able to use my passport here as a credit to the credit of the nation, and also use the social security number. And because I have the passport, when I do act, they don't mix, they don't clash, right? So I'm able to pull from both sides.
Well,
First of all,
when you say draw from the, you said
I'm
you're able
using
to draw
accounting
from the.
terms.
Say again.
I apologize. I'm using accounting terms. So here, I got you. Debits, nope. Assets, liability, plus equity. All right. So everything on this side is a debt. It's property. It's property to be owned. It's a property in possession. Right. You have uh, assets part itself. You have draw, which are dividends. Right. This is a withdrawal. This is on the public side. These are public. This is the Social Security side. This is the Republic. This is the secured side, right? This is the side where the credit is found, right? So what I'm saying is, with the Social Security, I'm able to draw into the public, right? But I'm also able to, with my passport, secure myself, secure these assets, right? And then come back out of the private. This is the private. And I'm able to enter into the public or republic, right? And still be able to work and not be taxed. I only use this side to draw, to get benefit. When I work, I use this side so that I'm not taxed federally. So this is my Social Security. This is the unsecured security. This is the unsecured asset, right? Pardon self, I'm getting ahead of myself. You have assets, you have draw, you have expenses, pardon self. This is the debit side. On the credit side, you have liability, your liability, equity, and revenue. All right. So on this side, as a passport holder, right, as a national citizen, I assume the role as agent. I take liability on behalf of the government. I'm acting as an agent, right? So I have limited liability, right? I take the punch, right? But then once I perform my duty, right, I'm due equitable compensation. So now I get to take what's mine, this liability that went to the state government, right, secured me from it going to the federal government. And now, like I said, I was making mention that when I was working and my W-2 came back, there were no federal withholdings, and I didn't ask for that. There was no federal taxation, right? And so the revenue is redemption. So I was able to redeem remunerative employment. I was able to redeem equitable compensation. I wasn't being double audited. I wasn't being taxed to death. So again, I'm able to draw out of the debt because I've already secured it. I have a secured debt. Secured debt is called credit. So on this side, I'm able to act. This is the principle, and I'm able to act. I'm able to represent on behalf of the principal. This is my minor person. This is my mature person. This is my citizenship person. This is my national character that represents this citizen. So on the account as a bookkeeper, I'm a keeper of the book, right? And I'm keeping it balanced. I'm acting in order, right? I'm not trying to, finesse the system. I've also used my passport in certain sales transactions. I used to be a dog breeder. And when I would go and get my food, I would go and get it from like a pet store. And when I would go to the pet store, I would get to the register with all of my products purchases. And I would tell them this is a tax exempt purchase. And they would enter it into their system, my 9-digit passport number, whether it was my book or my card, it didn't matter. They put it in there and it came out as a tax exemption. It registered. And so I know that I'm able to go out as long as I'm acting upright as a citizen, right? I will be able to I will be authorized to have these exemptions. So there's already an excise tax exemption with the federal non-withholdings, and then there's a sales tax exemption, right? These are just some of the things that I can tell you. I haven't done a whole lot, right?
Okay.
I've done some things, but I'm still learning myself. One of the things that I do intend to do now, I know that on the Social Security person identity, right? Uh, there is uh, a suspension of driver's privilege, right? Whatever the case may be. But I'm aware that if I go and use my, there's another thing, I'll bring that up too. If I go and I use my passport to get my driver's license, nothing in that public Social Security account will come up as an audit, which would stop me from getting the driver's license. And on top of being able to get the driver's license, knowing that I would have those provisions as a national citizen, those constitutional enforcements that are associated with the passport citizenship identity or person, if that makes sense to you.
So, so did you have to get with like the state?
One moment, brother. One moment, brother. The brother King was about to say something. 1 second.
No, it was me who was talking. It's King talking.
Oh, pardon self.
Yeah, yeah. So did you have to get any authorization from like a procurement officer or a state auditor? No,
No,
no
no.
finance officer,
So
no treasury officer.
say that I haven't had to deal with any officer of any kind in relation to anything that I just spoke to you outside of me having to deal with the post office officer whenever they, stood as notary when I gave my affidavit along with my application.
And that allows you to draw into public debt.
So what allows me to draw on it is that I know that my public person and my republic person, they're perfected. They're two sides of one coin. I can't receive public benefit. Um, I should not work or be employed under that social security number. That's only to make claim, right? And when I make claim with my passport number. And when that claim is reviewed, right, the name on the social and the name on the passport matching, right, that allows for one to bypass any audits that may come through the use of the social security number. As long as I'm using my passport while I'm doing business, I'm not mixing private and public. I should only use the social security to receive, to draw. I shouldn't do any work with it. Again, if you file any claims, and you have to use the social, you have to use the default, what's it called, entry of the debtor person, right? The social security person.
When you say making claims, you mean claims of what nature?
Of any and all natures relative to your rights and immunities and duties as a citizen.
Okay.
Dealing with anything with your commerce, any of your time, energy, labor, when you're making claims out here. It's on the honor system. So any type of claim that you make, right, it's going to expose your social. And if you're not secured, right, damn, you know what? Give me a minute to bring that back. What allows me to use both of these and it not mix is that I do all my business with my passport, with my free national identity. And I know that anytime I make a claim, my social security card name and number account, it's going to be there. And if my passport account, if my real estate account name does not match the name on the personal estate account, there's going to be an audit. But if they match, if they're perfected, then any business that's done will not be processed using the social security account number. It will be processed using the other person, which is the passport person, which again causes you not to avoid paying, but to defer, if you will, anything recognized as taxable income. So when I want something, I know that I have to present the Social Security for benefit. But I have to, again, when I'm out here working, first and foremost, I can't be working with the Social Security number. So I'm getting public benefits as one person, and I'm contributing on the other side. And my name, everything is perfected. And so again, I'm redeemed, I'm saved, I'm able to go in and out of the public, if you will, at will, and not violate.
So you exercise your public rights in your personal name?
Not my personal name, Brandon. No, I do it in my name. I do it. So when you look at your passport, your name is written first, last name first, the house first. That is your professional name. That is your real citizen, as one of the people, right? That's your limited liability. That's your equitable ownership title. When you lead with your first name, that's legal liability. That the liability falls on the name. If you come to my house asking for Brandon, you're asking specifically for me. If you come to my house asking about Davis L., everyone in here is a Davis L. I speak on behalf of Davis L. So on your passport, it's last name first. On your Social Security, it's first name first. Because I have a professional person, a national character, all liability falls on the family, not necessarily me. And if I perform my duties and obligations correctly, right, I will be able to receive compensation. And if I have not, then I have to, I receive whatever admonishment that may come with violating trust law, if you will.
Okay. I'll let Dante speak for a little bit, man. I'm gonna soak in.
Islam, brother Graham L. Okay, that brother, I guess he's not. Let me see here. G7 Blade. This is only possible with being a state. What was the right? I must be a citizen. A citizen is attached to land and state. Your citizenship tells you what land in S state has been provided for your care and your administration. So again, if you're a non-citizen national of the United States, then you are not claiming any statehood in any state in any of the unions, states of the union. You're saying that you're from somewhere else that is in treaty, if you will, with the United States. I mean, you have its nationality, but not its citizenship. In order to vote, you have to be we the people. And if you're not a citizen, you don't have the right to vote. Which is just one of those things. You don't have the right. You have to be authorized to work. You may need a, what do they call them? You may need a sponsor to work if you're a non-citizen national of the United States. Okay, the brother dropped off, unfortunately, but it is what it is. Anybody else? Can I bring G7 up here? Yeah, absolutely. By all means, if you're still with us, come on up, family.
Hey, let me ask you this: what does a republic mean to you?
To me,
Yeah.
a republic is a form of government in which the people united speak represent themselves. They govern themselves, right? They have their own constitutional law. They have their own citizen. They have their own societies, right? Free and equal to all other societies. But they do not. A republic does not allow foreign interference. A republic is an aggregate or a group of men and women sharing a condition and enforcing the same laws for the same cause. Article 4, Section 4, Republican form of government is a representative government of we the people. People who, if we identify as the same people, if we have the same condition, then we are all the people under contract, and we can choose from ourselves who to represent us best. That's what a republic is to me.
Okay. So that would mean the people are the government then.
Yes, the people are the government. The people, the citizens get together in assembly, if you will, and they choose from their own people who they wish to place above them. Now, these people, they're their equals, but they raise them, right, to basically a trustee position or a representative, so that they are able to go amongst all other representatives within the government, speak to the mayor, not to the mayor, pardon me, speak to the governors of the states, right, on behalf of the people.
Right. Yeah, that's the delegated powers, right?
Absolutely. And those powers not get delegated through the federal union, right, remain with the state or the people. Meaning that the
Right.
people, if the people don't feel like that shit, if the people don't feel like this state representative government, right, is correct, is operating correct, and they find no means in which they can amend that, then they have the revolutionary right to reform. But only if they can't find harmony through amendment. There's no reason to overthrow the government unless the government, right, is acting not in the best interest of the people. But the people have to become the representatives. You feel me? Can't just go around here
Right.
saying, "Oh, okay, so and so's on the ballot." Like we can, you have the power. We have the power as organized people, wherever we are in these states as citizens, to place who we choose in the representative positions to lobby for the society, for the business, for the administration of funds, not for the dispensation of funding that's supposed to be going out to all these states. We have a right to have people speak on our behalf. Hey, we need this, we need that. We want him to be the alderman. We want him to be the mayor. We want her to be the chief of police. We can do that.
So if we're in possession of the name of the republic, why we don't use that as to exercise our authority?
I mean, I do. I know that Drew Ali, the information that Noble Drew Ali speaks of, he recognizes that there are other parties, but even in light of the fact, in lieu of the fact that he recognizes other parties, he sticks to the Republic.
When you say other parties, what do you mean by that?
So there's Democratic parties. There's a newspaper article in which Drew Ali was. I just read it not too long ago, in which they were speaking about political slavery. And it made mention of independent parties as well as other parties. There's another newspaper article in there in this information where again it's Drew Ali says I think it's called to be read at every meeting, right? Where he's basically warning all of these other American citizens that there are people on our side of the government, right, who thought that he was a joke and unreal, and it wasn't until they found out about all the other government officials, blah blah blah, right? So he's saying that he recognizes other governments, or not governments, excuse me. He recognizes other parties, right? He says that we must live here together in harmony, friendship, and goodwill, whatever our race or creed may be. But his main goal was to make sure that the so-called blacks, Negroes, and coloreds understood that they were supposed to be, their ancestrally, they were dealing with white Republican form of government as North African descendants born in America.
Right.
Like again, American Indian, they had tribal government. They even had their own party. It was called the No Name Party. They had their own party in government. In the Pan American Conference back in 1928, it is said that Drew Ali went down there and he represented the Moors. And it says that there was an Indian chief that represented the American Indians. So again, there are other political parties, and we're here to live together in union. But we as North Africans, dealing with republic, meaning that all facets of human life, it's Islam, if you really look at it, right? But our ancestors bringing the Republican form of government, that's what we stand on here. That's what established the United States of America. That's what the 1774 Constitution was predicated on, a republic, not a federal, but a republic. So again, there's other parties, and to each their own. But with us, with American citizens, if you wish to be a citizen, an American citizen, a national citizen, you have to acknowledge the republic and enforce the Constitution that way. Not as a Democrat, not as an independent, not as a leftist, or whatever. You know what I mean?
Right. And Noble Drew Ali always said, proclaim your nationality, didn't he?
Man, not only did he tell us to do that, there's a newspaper article, I just read that too, where he's speaking. Now, he's not even speaking to the Moors, right? He's speaking to all the other American citizens. And he says something like, if the Italians, Greeks, English, Japanese, Chinese, Turks, and Arabians are forced to proclaim their free national name and religion before the constitutional government of the United States of America, then it is no more than right that that law should be enforced upon every other American citizen alike. That man was speaking. This shit's all inclusive, man. It's universal. It applies to everybody. So he identified Europeans, he identified Middle Easterners, and he identified Asians. So let me see. This is okay. Still the same thing. Brother G Blade or whomsoever, I did attempt to bring you up. I will attempt it again. I don't know if that's old. Is there anything else, though, beloved? Because again, look, I'm not saying that I'm willing to accept any and all criticism.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah. I'm asking
No,
you, based on the things that you hear me say. What is your what
I
are
mean,
your
the only thing I'm kind of misunderstanding is the was the first part where you was talking like with the I guess you're saying you have two persons and
Yeah, I have
you
two
know
cells, a higher self and a lower self.
you drawing from the public, and that part is a little
Right.
confusing.
So I have a personal estate and a real estate, right? And my personal estate is my minor account. It's my straw man account. It's my principal account. It's my debt account. It's the beneficiary account. All right. It's in order to have credit, you must exchange debt for credit. So it's my debtor. And the debtor is just you. It's only there to benefit the one who controls it. That's the whole Social Security account personality. Then I have a national citizen. I have another artificial person who's the real estate. It's the fiduciary. It's the executive and administrative side of the account. It's the person in possession of the property. So one person is property in possession, and another person is in possession of that property. Now I'm able to distinguish my persons so as not to merge and collapse, right? My commercial power. I'm able to. The Social Security is a whole. It's a non-living person. Your passport identifies the living person behind it. All I'm saying is that I'm able to get public benefits as long as I don't work, as long as I'm not out here trying to work as a minor, because your Social Security, your straw man is a child. As long as I'm not out here trying to, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I said, can I ask you a question? Rick? Like, why are you associating like the concept of being dead or alive with the legal instruments?
Because that's how it works in accounting. Property is non-living, but it can still be a person. It's an artificial person. I must make evident, I must make aware and show competently that I'm aware of the two persons and their nature. Otherwise, if I don't distinguish it, then it'll be assumed in law that I'm not the living person. There is a distinguishment there, and if I don't address that, right, then it cannot be resolved commercially.
So, you're saying that my personal name appearing on my social security card
Represents
is
a personal estate, a person who does not breathe or think. It's a record. And then I'm telling you that once you get that and you pledge that to the national government, you will receive the recognition of a living person who is now identified as the executor and administrator. You're acknowledged as a living creditor. So according to this information, there's more science. Moors are taught that we have two persons, a higher self and a lower self, and that we must know the higher self and the lower self, and that we must make sure that the higher self, right, overcomes the lower self, right. And this to me is talking about minor and mature. This is talking about the persons on the account of a ledger, the debtor and the creditor.
yeah. I mean, I understand the debtor creditor as it relates to the constitutional framework.
The
I don't
non-living
understand.
person represents your property. Do you wish to be identified as property? The living person, the Social Security identity just represents your property, your time, your energy, your labor. It doesn't represent you as the man. It represents your energy. Your
Well, that's
potential.
but that would be like if I was participating in it too, right? Because you
Well,
don't have
you
to
don't have
participate
to.
in it.
You don't have to participate in the commerce of the United States. You don't.
Well, I stopped using Social Security a
Me too.
while back because I'm an investor, right? So I trade stocks and stuff like that.
Awesome.
So I don't work for anybody. So there's really no reason for me to be using my Social Security card in that manner,
So
so to speak, right? As far
I,
as trying to
I only use
generate
it.
revenue.
I only use it to receive cash. Food stamps. I only use
Yeah,
that. Yeah.
I've been on food stamps probably 20 years ago, but yeah, I've used food
Right.
stamps
I'm
before
just
too.
saying that I know that person will not interfere with this person. You dig what I'm saying? When I present myself, I don't present myself as the person using. I have federal There you go. I have federal contracts and I have national contracts. I'll put it that way. Right. So the only time that I contract federally, right, through the Social Security as the account, right, is when I'm receiving SNAP. I don't work with it. I don't generate my own finance with the social. I don't work with it at all. I work with my secured EIN, which is my passport. And that's a secured asset that was created off of the debt, which was the principal asset, which was the Social Security. So I've invested. I have the full faith and credit. I'm commercially responsible and reliable. So I do all business, all commercial business that I do in the private or the public. I utilize the passport national or the possessor identity rather than the possession identity.
So do you see like as it relates to like the states, right? Do you see the states governments holding public lands and the natural resources as a fund, which they call the consolidated fund?
Do I see it? I mean,
Yeah. Do you yeah, like do you understand? Because I see you kind of have a concept of the public debt being represented by Social Security, which that's a new concept to me.
oh, okay. So it's not that
So I was
you
sharing
think
the
it's
concept
wrong.
that,
It's
that,
just
that
this.
I know to see if you
Right.
identify with that concept.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you, and in doing so, I didn't hear what you said. What was that again?
No, I said I was sharing the concept that I understood. This was my first time hearing the Social Security concept of public
Okay.
debt.
Well, how does
See, I
that
understood the
figure
public debt
to
as
you?
being the. Say again.
How does that figure to you? Does that sound operative and plausible and beneficial to you? You said that you already let me know that you're a man of you're a business minded person. You already understand business. How does that concept that I give to you? What does that do for you?
It's a bit it's a little bit difficult to grasp
Okay.
as far as like as it forming debt to to service the citizens
So
in the
what
way
is
that you're saying that.
what is credit?
Credit is something that's owed.
Credit is a secured debt. Can we agree on that?
Yeah, you could put it in that way. That yeah, those are reasonable terms.
All right, so credit is a secured debt. You can't have credit unless you have debt. And if the credit is not, if it's not a secured debt, if it's an unsecured debt, it's not credit. Bad credit is
And
called debt, and
and
good
if and
debt
if
is called credit.
and okay, and when you say that the debt is secured, right? What is the debt being secured by?
Through the full faith and credit of the United States. So when you nationalize, nationalizing means pledging your personal estate to the national government in order for it to be utilized for the benefit of the public. All are able to participate and enjoy, right? Because all have given what's theirs to the government. No one's out here talking about me, mine, mine. Everyone's able to utilize it. So nationalization means to basically give your property or your legal ownership to the government in return in exchange for equitable control.
But that would that's where we kind of because I understand that part as like just how you said it from before, right? Like we start off as a group, right?
Right.
But as that group, the whole reason why we're instituting the government,
Is to secure ourselves and our property.
right? But the property is already there within our territory because the property is basically our means of survival, which is the land and its resources.
As well as your
But
time
as
and
far
labor.
as yeah, hold on real quick. But the land and its resources is going to meet our basic needs. Everything else that's added on to that
Mhm.
is extra. That's just my perception of it, right? So like we're here. That which is required for us to sustain our life is already given onto us.
Right. We are just entrusted with it.
Right, but as far as everybody being able to get a fair share, that's part of the purpose why we instituted a government. So like
Right.
nobody wouldn't be
The whole
taking from
institution of
each other.
government was saying, hey, let's all pool our finances and resources together for the benefit of all of those involved, right? So that we can
Right.
contribute not just to ourselves, to everybody, right? But so that we can secure for ourselves those things
Right.
necessary for our own posterity.
Right. It's like a common interest, basically. We all have a common interest
I believe it's called a compact,
in the resources of
social
our
compact.
particular territory. We all have an interest in that because that's what's necessary for our survival. But that's what I'm saying. That's what I understand the consolidated fund to be. The assets of that institution is the consolidated fund, which is the public debt, which
The
is secured
principal
by that
security
property.
instrument, which is a public debt, is the birth certificate and social security account, the social insurance account. That's your principal. That is your principal debt, your principal financial instrument. You have your
Would be your
financial
birth.
institution. Huh?
That would be your birth certificate, right?
No, that would be your social security card. The account, the financial institution, one of the 12 federal banks, the social insurance policy number is your social security number. Your claim number is the social security.
So, but see, like me claiming an interest in the wealth of my state, right? Of the public wealth of my state, right?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't have any association with the Social Security Administration. The state and federal government are independent from each other.
Yeah, so when you pledge again, so the Social Security entity establishes your citizenship and your commercial capacity. It says, hey, this is an account record This is a bookkeeping entry of property held in possession by one, waiting to be pledged to the whole. Sound right so far?
Yeah, I'm listening.
All right. So if my Social Security, if my if my birth certificate and the financial account associated with it, the public Social Security insurance policy, if that's what all of my finances predicate or is founded upon, right? And I pledge that out of the public or out of my own personal back to the whole, right? And again, I'm starting to think that maybe I didn't understand what it is that you're saying to me, right? But if I take that and I pledge that, that's evidence. Not only is that evidence that I have commercial status, right? But it's evidence once I've again given it back to the national government. That's evidence that I'm an investor and that I'm recognized as such. Again, I might just be missing what it is that you're trying to, and it might not even be you, beloved. It might be me. You know.
Yeah, I'm trying to grasp it right. I'm trying to like put what I already understand about certain things and try to put that to the side to try to
Well,
grasp.
maybe there are things that I don't yet understand, and maybe if you and I would, be able to talk about that, or I would be able to come into that information and review it, then maybe somewhere in that accordance, I would be able to, restate the information according to the newfound information. Maybe I'm missing something.
So do you believe like
No, I don't
like
believe it. Am I
like
aware of?
so do you okay, are you aware are you aware like the legislative body is like in possession of the public purse?
Yeah, I'm aware of. I'm aware of that. I'm aware that as long as the people, right, don't secure their own persons under the Fourth Amendment, that by default, by operation of law, by order of procedure, those who are in positions of government must administrate on their behalf until they show competency to do so for themselves. That's what government's for. It's to make sure that you don't squander the bread. Right? You don't fuck up the bag.
Right, so it's proper accounting and management.
Yeah, that's that. All Drew Ali was really teaching the people was American, was commerce. Man. That's all this shit really is. It's trust. It's business trust law. That's all he was really trying to.
Right. See, that's what I'm saying. Right, you really can't get away from business practice.
Not at all. Not at all. You can't, because business. So we're taught that religion is the economy of human life, and religion is a business. So it's all about business. Drew Ali talks in many newspaper articles about enterprise, about business investments, about the endeavors of the people. Now he talks about all this shit. He talks about economic security. He says that the people will not be a nation until they first have economic power. Right? Then he talks about it takes finance to uplift the nation. He's saying that if you're not secured in your person as a people, you can't even move. If you don't have anybody operating as an agent on behalf of you within the family business America, then you won't be heard. You won't be able to receive anything. Again, you've got people who we come together as a group of people and, we vote certain people in. Well, those are business people that we should be voting in. They should know the business. They should know the fundamentals of business management and administration, period. Because those principles operate on in every branch of human inquiry, bro.
Yeah.
Everything is business. Everything is
Yeah,
integral.
business and professional standards too.
Absolutely. Drew Ali was called the prophet, right? The prophet of Ali, or the prophet of Allah, the prophet of God. The word profession, L, literally translates into prophet of God. Literally.
Okay.
So he was teaching us how to be professional what? Contractors, lawgivers, law abiders, law enforcers. We're contracting. I just don't, I don't see it out here being done. But I know that that's what it is, and that's what I'm attempting to do. And so, again, when I'm bringing it this way, it's because that's how it's been revealed to me, right, through my own reflecting on this man's information.
Right.
It's supposed to be all about business. We're supposed to be out here with what did you say your occupation was?
I'm a trader.
So we're supposed to be out here teaching our men and women, our children and our sons and daughters, our neighbors, if you will, our fellow men, how to do the best and what it is that whatever it is that we do. We're supposed to be out here. You as a trader are supposed to be out here offering the best honorable service and products that the public can buy or purchase.
Yeah.
But again, it says that in these more newspaper articles, it tells you that shit. I'm almost using these words verbatim.
Right.
So Drew Ali and all this national citizenship stuff, it directly correlates with how you do business as an American citizen. We the people, the secure party, the investor. You're the question and the answer. You're the master and the servant, right? You could be in any position.
Right.
And in either position, there can be benefit. As long as you're not forced to be someone's servant, as long as someone's not putting their hand in your pocket, right? As long as you're out here doing good business, good faith practices, you'll be honored. Honored means to receive the presentment, acceptance of a presentment. Presentments ain't nothing but bills. Again, we're doing commerce. We're using finance.
So
We're
what
using
kind of?
business trust law. My bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, you say we're using business trust law. What kind of institutions do you see, like state governments and church governments and stuff like that? What kind of institutions do you classify those as?
First and foremost, I feel that they should work together. In Islam, church and state are not separate. They're not. They're interdependent. Today, when I see these state and these churches out here not acting as true unions for the people, or at least not educating their people, right, and just educating a few so that only a few benefit. I see these shits as detriments to society. Ignorance begets ignorance, or the people going into the churches under the same trust law, and they're financing their institution, but they're not receiving any benefit. They're not afforded any benefits, other than their leader, if you will, their principal party, right? Showing the only those in official capacity showing any benefit from the investments of the people. I see that shit in the churches and the mosques and the temples. I see that all throughout all of these states. The people are ignorant. The people don't like to be called ignorant. And so that rubs people the wrong way. I was ignorant. There's still things I may be ignorant to. But the people being ignorant is why they're being mistreated.
Right. They can't receive. You can't receive the reward if you don't. If you don't understand the process of
Right.
procedures that are in
Input,
place.
output. You can't get anything out of it if you don't put your hand in it. You can't.
And see, when you know the processes and procedures, that's the evidence of your loyalty to the organization.
Absolutely. So I understand that the United States of America is a national organization. And I'm party to it. I'm employed through it. I contribute to it and through it. It benefits not only myself, but my children and all of my fellow humans. Right? I have no problem with the U.S. government. Me personally, I had to sit back and really look at it and understand what the fuck was I missing. I mean, I realized that I was looking at shit. I had one perception, and once I started looking at it from different perspectives, from different angles, right, I got a better picture. I'm like, oh man, I can personally tell people that, I was out here trying to apply what I will deem now as sovereign citizen ideology. I had to stop that shit, bro. I ain't even holding you. You know what I'm saying? When I realized that, when I realized that just because I'm saying I'm not a sovereign citizen, that did not mean that I was not a sovereign citizen. I had to really check myself. You know what I mean? I'm out here talking about sovereign citizen. That's federalist shit. That's not even national shit. I'm out here trying to say that I'm sovereign and independent. I'm not a part of the whole. That's not what I was taught. I'm out here trying to impose upon the civilized people uncivilized character and conduct and behavior. I'm out here trying to steal from niggas in the name of nationality because I didn't understand, because the motherfuckers that I was learning from didn't understand, or if they did understand, they didn't want me to know. Caveat emptor. I was really out. I am. What's the word here? I'm thankful, right, that I have not gotten to the point where I've lost my life or my liberty or my freedoms. I know of people lost their homes, cars, children, all their property because they out here running around talking about I'm not a citizen. All right, nigga. If you're not a citizen, then you can be mistreated. That's what Noble Drew Ali said. He said, if you're not a citizen, then the citizens, if they care to bestow upon you any mistreatments or abuses, right, they can do that. Now, who are the police officers citizens? Yes. Who the fuck? Because it's not the public citizens out here, but even still, some of these, it isn't some of these non-official citizens. But we even see it with non-official citizens. Treating people who identify as non-citizens, if you will, like shit. Niggas.
Yeah, I think it's because it's a lack of national identity and national spirit.
Yeah, all of these people are finessing the other people. They're selling processes, procedures.
Yeah.
And the processes and procedures, they're not wrong. They're just not applicable to what it is that they're selling you. Why would I go and get a foreign EIN as a foreign national to come back to do business in the United States and at the same time try to say that I had some fucking right of claim? That's what they out here telling people. You got the right of claim as a foreign national. Fuck do you mean you're foreign? I'm foreign to the United States. Then you don't have citizenship here, nigga. You ain't got no fucking claim. This is the shit that people. And again, I fell for it. I done bought all the fucking packages that were within my price range. You know, they out here beating niggas in their head. They straight bam bam. They bam bam Flintstone out here, cuz.
Nah, the government is free.
Wow, they
man.
playing what's they playing that, I don't even know the name of it, but they playing that motherfucking game where you trying to hit the mole in this motherfucking head, you beating on the head, bop bop, caveat emptor. Buyer beware. Know what you buying before you purchase that shit. People are out here, caught up in fear and consumption, right? And so their fears, the things that they're ignorant of, it's what I feel is being preyed upon and is being directed into their own destruction, but to the benefit of motherfuckers who know that these people don't know.
Yeah, but see, it's your duty to know though.
Right. That's why, again, caveat emptor. It's you have your rights come with duties. You have an obligation to know the law. Fuck all of that. Somebody says shit. That somebody says shit get your ass killed out here.
So just
A
going with
professional
you.
never says, "Oh yeah, I got it from somebody else." A professional in their business, they know what and they can show you. You know what I'm saying? You can show me whatever classes, courses, information that you had to ascertain, right, in order for you to be recognized to do business professionally as a trader. You didn't just say, "Oh fuck it, I'm a trader today," and now you out there, no credentials, no knowledge of what the fuck you doing, but you out there crushing it. That's that faith without works mentality. You can't be out here just, "I'm a Moorish American," and think that can't be out here, "I'm a secure party," and nigga, if you're not qualified, stop that shit. And stop going out here trying to teach people shit that you don't know. All I see are people offering shit that they themselves didn't do. They getting other people to go out here and be crash test dummies and shit. Let's see if it works. I'm over here on some, can I see what you did? That's why I try to show what not even try. That's why I show as much as what I've done. I give my research out. I show everybody my mistakes and my gains. Fuck that bullshit. I'm not out here trying to get nobody's bread. I'm not out here selling nationality packages that actually go against what it means to nationalize. That's enough. People don't read. They don't comprehend. Most people don't know what it means to nationalize, yet they're looking for the nationality. They're saying, I want to nationalize, but in the same breath, they're saying, I don't want to pledge my shit to the Republic. The process, I read earlier, I don't know if you caught it, I had my Black's Law Dictionary, 1st and 5th edition, and I read the definition of nationalization, and it fucking tells you that nationalization is basically the private people and their private property, for whatever reason, are pledging their private property to the national government to be administrative easily. Again, this is HJR 192, but for the administrative easement of all involved. You're giving your private property to the public as a republic. To republic means to bring private provision into the public. I'm coming out of something back into the public. Republic. Feel me? So that goes back with the concept of me using the social. That's the public. And I go through that private door, right? in our republic, and I do business in the republic. Brother Hundo, welcome back.
Yes, sir. Hey man, hey, I'm gonna tell you something. Man, I joined you when I just randomly found your live, and when I heard you talking the way you came at it, I was like, see, there's somebody who just teaching. They're not. You didn't give me the impression that you was in it for something other than exactly what it is. And, that's why I'm back. That's why I'm here, man. So I continue. I want to keep rocking with this type of energy because that's what we are. We're commercial energy. And what you're doing is you're revamping our prior theories into understanding the facts of why we bring it back to the public in the republic. Man, I love it, man. I appreciate it, man. I mean that.
Bro,
Yes, sir.
honors to that brother right there. Because again, everything that you're hearing from me, I learned first from denying him. And then I began to learn when I accepted it and I realized what it was that he brought. So like all of this is just an evolution, right? So I'm just trying to be an example like that brother was an example. You feel me?
Yeah.
And I know that we're all capable of being presidents, of being fiduciaries, of being a non-citizen national does not have the right to vote or to be voted into office. I know that I have the right and the duty, right, to officially represent the people. I can go run for mayor right now. Mind you, my public assertions, which I'm leaving inactive under the Social Security, that person's got armed robbery under his belt, drug charges under its belt, right? Wilding out. None of that comes to the forefront. I have a protection, and as long as I remain in honor, all sins are forgiven. You heard me?
Yes, sir.
I take that shit to heart. Again, when I was getting background screenings, this even helped me with the police. The police out here, when I was out here running that shit, I lost my car by the way. I have a fucking Mercedes Benz, bro. Out here running around with no plates and private plates and just soft sitting the shit out of it, right? When the officer went to run, when he pulled me, he already knew. You know what I'm saying? And he did not. When he pulled me over, I gave him my passport, right? Because I knew that if you ran my passport, right, you'd have to let me go. I do know this, and I understand why. But that's so long as I'm not disobeying the law. But what he did was he didn't run my passport at all. He ran my name that he knew without my title, which gave him access, right, to the Social Security, the public entity and shit, in order for him to gain jurisdiction. He didn't even run my passport. But I knew that I was wrong anyway. I should have had a driver's license. Not only should I have had a driver's license, I should have a driver's license that was created using my passport, not my social. So that's one of the things I'm finna work on now, as I was saying earlier. I know that through those issues, I'm using the passport, even though I know there's a security clearance, right? I know that the Social Security person, right, or the public person who has not been secured in the private and in republic, right, has a driver's license suspension for a year. Mind you, I've never applied for a driver's license, but I did apply for a state ID, right? Not a state national ID, by the way, but I did apply for a state ID, right? And by at the Department of Motor Vehicles, like most of us do, and all the information that is on your state ID is also on your driver. The number, your state ID number, is also your driver's license number. So because they were able to access that, that has a year suspension. Cool. I want to be able to go get my passport, get my driver's license with my passport, and show people like, yo, I'm showing you that's a whole other person. You don't have to live in that capacity. You don't have to operate in that capacity. I know for a fact that the only thing that will revoke your passport is a felony. Now, misdemeanors, I've had misdemeanors all up and down my jacket. Didn't stop me from getting a passport. And when I was out here, like I said, just being out here egregiously, right? Fuck, what did I just say? Oh, damn. I lost my train of thought. Pardon, so.
You was talking about your passport being suspended.
All
And they
right.
can't suspend your passport.
Right. Okay, no, all right. Yeah, I was talking. Okay, so even while I was, since I've had my passport, I've had misdemeanors placed on me, right? And yet, and still, like I'm saying, there was no revocation, there was no halting, if you will, of my energy. None. Still able to go out here and do those things that I need to do. I have another group of, there's a family, there's a Moorish family out here. I helped the sister get her passport, right? So her husband, again, he was caught up under the same concepts, right, that I was caught up under. So he was out here trying to apply, this information. He had his wife's gun. His wife she was licensed. She had guns, whatever. Right. He was out. He wanted to enforce his right to bear arms. He said that since him and his wife are married, what is hers is his, right? Coolio, whatever the case may be. All right. Now he's not, because I even asked him, like, why you walking around with the stick, man? Like, I don't understand that. You got problems? And he's like, oh, no, I just want to be out here letting it be known, Pennsylvania's an open carry state. So he's got all of these concepts in his head. And he takes his family out to just out to eat, restaurant, whatnot. And during the midst of all of that, he had one of those RV Bay cards. I don't know if you're familiar, but he had one of those allodial national cards with certain information that would allow people to receive tax exemption on certain sales, like I was speaking about myself. And the restaurant owner didn't acknowledge that shit, right? So there was just a backing and forth thing because, my man's out there trying to assert his rights and whatnot, sales tax exemptions. The police was called most likely because someone saw the butt of the gun sitting on him, like it wasn't even on his hip, but it wasn't in a holster. Which again, that's not the law. You can't be out here with the shit not in a holster. You get what I'm saying? But by the time the police had gotten there, they had himself and the restaurant owner, they had made amends. He received whatever discount. But the very next day, the police rolled up on him in full force at his home. They had already asked him for certain information. And they did that because after reviewing the information, the tape, the evidence, they saw he had a piece on him. And they had his information, and they realized, like, he wasn't operating, in his proper capacity. So the person, his public person, he had done time before for having guns and whatnot as in his youth, right? So his person is identified as a person not authorized, right, to have a firearm. He's got a VUFA, violation under firearms, and all of that shit, right? So they ran down on him, right? And what had happened was the feds picked that shit up because they had to what they considered a sovereign citizen out there running around with hammers and shit. And what they did to his wife, remember his wife has the passport. They charged her because that's his wife, right? They charged her with a felony, and the felony was something along the lines of supposedly she was purchasing arms for someone who's not allowed to have them. So she got a felony, and they revoked her passport until the incident had cleared over. Now, the sentencing, the trial, and all of that, right? When it came to her, she was found to not be a criminal, if you will, and so they removed that charge from her, right? But her husband still had to deal with whatever he had to deal with, and fortunately enough for him, that was enough for his ass to wisen up. So he used what he understood and what he really knew as law, right? Without that soft shit, got the time reduced and whatnot, and he was willing to accept that because I kept telling him, like, you gotta deal in equity, my nigga. You did some shit. You gotta take the hit, but don't let them bury you, right? And they was trying to give him like 7 to 10 years or something. And he got that shit reduced down to months, if you will. But all of that was just to show you that outside of a misdemeanor, your passport, they're not going to stop you. You know what I'm saying? A federal indictment, like, oh, you're dealing with the money. You know what I mean? You're dealing with everybody's money. Like, nah, we gotta. If you know, like I know, a federal indictment is a true presentment. It's a true bill. Believe that. Know that someone's looking for some type of payment or performance whenever the feds get involved. Absolutely. I yield on that. But hopefully that answers the brother who had asked, what do these things, if any, afford you whenever you get your passport, Let me see here. Go ahead, brother.
So do you use your passport for court proceedings too?
So I've used it, so let me tell you what happened to me. I was trying not to go too deep into all of this shit because I feel like sometimes it may be a bore because most people, fam got disconnected. Because most people are looking for some type of anarchy or resistance. So after all of that, after myself being arrested and charged criminally with all these misdemeanors and summary offenses by this officer who did not follow proper procedure, right? I had my affidavit in, I had all types of judicial notices, Runisi, all kinds of affidavits, notices, judicial notices, et cetera, et cetera. I had all types of motions in, and I felt like I had a very good argument. I was going to fight, right? But something in me, it clicked, and I realized that, you know what? They're not only are they going to try their best to get out on me because I'm enforcing sovereign citizen, right? I'm not really doing what I think I'm doing, but I come to realize that I was out there anyway, breaking the law. In all honesty, I know that there are people who can go out there and get things removed, and that's fine. But I know that as a citizen, I'm supposed to have a license. So when it finally got to court, I was there on my own behalf. I'd finally gotten the public defender that I had initially filed for just so that I could spitball with. They tried to just take the fucking case off me, right? And I'm like, no. So once I actually got that individual off, and it was time for me to, it was time for the meeting to commence. Instead of me arguing with them, I told the judge, I stood up, I looked right at the judge, and I said, I accept everything equitably. Anything that belongs to me or my person, I'm here. There's no controversy. I'm here to satisfy whatever the case may be. Now, mind you, everything was under my Social Security person, right? And I was even in my affidavit, I had already let it be known, my affidavit of truth, that I'm a national citizen, that I'm not the debtor citizen, if you will, right? That I cannot be recognized as a debtor. That I have to be recognized as we the people. But I let it be known that I'm the fiduciary, right? Or I'm the authorized representative, backed by anybody, by the Secretary of State, right, through my citizenship. But I told him, look, I accept everything in equity, right? And everything changed in the courtroom. Everybody started seeing how they can, like, I gave a window, right? And so because I gave mercy, mercy was given to me, right? Because like I'm saying, I'm basically saying that I know that I was doing wrong, right? I've come to my senses, right? I'm not trying to have any controversy. I'm not trying to pay for anything. I'm just here to perform. So when the sentence was handed down, right, certain charges were dropped. Mitigated charges were kept, right? And then I was given, or let me say it this way, my estate was given 6 months non-report probation, right? And there's a fine. Now, mind you, all of that is under the Social Security person. Now, when I took that probationary paper, right, I had to take it to get it processed. And I filled it out. What I did was I gave my passport number as my source to show and prove that I'm the trustee, right? So in all reality, right, I performed as trustee. Nothing happened to me personally, right? There are fines that are supposedly out there, but again, in equity, I don't believe that I owe them. And it's already on the record, right? Not in the public record, but in the filings. It's already understood and recognized that I'm not that person. I was the authorized representative. I was the attorney. In fact, I was not the local attorney. I was not the district attorney. I was the state's attorney, right? And I did not find any iniquitous acts or poor performing in my duties, right? When I delivered up to the judge, the Social Security person. When I said, hey, I represent that person and I'll accept everything on his behalf, when I gave it up, I was saying I'm not that person anyway. I'm the bookkeeper. I'm the accountant. I'm the one who's taking account of that person. And since I know that that person, right, can't speak on its own behalf, and I know that I'm here to speak on the behalf of that person, I'll situate whatever from its estate. But again, none of that falls on me because I utilized my free national name in that commercial exchange. I utilized my free national citizenship as opposed, again, to identifying as the defendant. I was never the defendant. All right, so I was told that I was supposed to receive a phone call, at least one phone call, from the probation department. July, let me see, August, September, October, November, So it's been 4 months, and I have yet to have received any call, right? Because it's non-report. I'm just supposed to get a call. I have yet to receive any call from any probation office, which again is showing me it ain't me. So I was able to utilize that concept and walk out of the courtroom, right, in equity, right? Justice was served, right? I did a thing. I repented, right? I said no contra. I agreed with my adversary on the way, right, so that he wouldn't turn me over. I did not go to jail, right? I professionally am not required to pay any of those things because, again, it was recognized that the officer, right, didn't follow proper procedure. That's why this mercy, this agreement was given the way that it was given. So in the public, it looked like I took a hit, but in the private, I was redeemed. But that's how I see it. That's how I take it.
Okay. What about the birth certificate? Do you ever recommend using the birth certificate for your judicial process?
So I know that they used it because whenever the officer whenever he lodged the information, it's called an information, right? Whenever he had that shit processed, it came out Brandon Davis, right? And the name on my passport is Davis L. And so I knew right then and there that he never ran my passport. And so I know that if they were operating under Brandon Davis, that was the public persona. That was the persona that local government, right, has access to if it's not secure.
Right. You saying that's your personal name, right?
Right. My personal public name, like I was mentioning before, the name on my social security card at that time, and the name on my passport did not match.
Oh yeah. I remember you saying that.
So when he lodged the information, I still have the complaint. In the complaint, he makes mention of me being Brandon Davis L. He makes mention of my passport, the number on my passport, but he never lodges the complaint under that information. He says in the complaint that I knew Mr. Davis from prior dealing. So he was saying that he got the information. He basically stole and held on to information to be used later on against me. That's what he was saying. I know him as Brandon Davis, and so I'm applying it here. That's what he did.
Okay. Have you ever owned a business? Have you ever owned a business or incorporated a business before?
Not in the public. I've never brought anything to the public. Right now, I have the American Nationals University for Economic Industry Network, which is it's an acronym for one, but it is a American Education Institution, right? I have the EIN, if you will, so it's already on my name. I have the EIN of a religious government called the American Nationals Uniform Economic Reform Administration. Right. What I do not have, me as president and founder, what I do not have is a treasurer and a secretary.
What kind of document do you use to establish those?
Oh, I got that. I have that through the IRS. I have an EIN through the IRS.
No. Not the tax identification number. I'm talking about like when I established my business, I had to use the articles of incorporation.
Okay, no, so I'm not incorporated yet, but I'm supposed to be, and I'm getting there.
Okay.
I believe in incorporated government. Drew Ali teaches us that his organization was not only lawfully chartered, right, but also incorporated.
Right,
So
right, right.
that's the business model that I'm supposed to follow.
Yeah, yeah. Cause like when you do it, when you acting, you know, within a body corporate, right? You don't use your personal name
Nope,
to carry on the business of that body.
nope. You do it in the name professionally or in the name of the business. You never assume legal. You never assume personal liability.
Right, right,
The person is your servant. You are not You are not that person. Again, that's the minor account. Any business that we establish, that's a person, and it's my servant. And my servant must go out into the world, right? Holding companies, they're my servants. These are persons, right? And they are 3/5 of a person. And you need 2/5 to create to complete it. And in order to have those 2/5, you need a buyer and a seller. You feel me?
right.
I'm getting there. It's hard to really. I'm going. I'm learning what I can, and I'm doing as I learn. Right. So I'm aware of what you just brought up, and I just don't want to go jumping into shit. When I incorporate a business that I'm able to contribute back to society, right? I want to make sure that I do it right, that it is known that I'm not out here trying to overthrow. I'm not out here trying to avoid. I'm definitely going to defer tax, right? I would love to establish a Fortune 500 so that I know that I could defer tax, right?
Yeah,
Trump has Fortune 500 businesses. He tells you blatantly, yeah, I don't pay that tax. It's not an evasion, it's a deference. He has no taxable income. He created the business. He's not working technically, right? He's the commander. He's the one giving the word. I mean, he knows everybody's place. Suppose it's like this: if I go into a restaurant, right, and I come in as the dishwasher, right, I could never be corporate until I've learned not only dishwasher, but everything back of the house, everything front of the house, everything administrative. Now I can go out here and be corporate because I know everything. I can tell everybody what needs to be done. That's what the rich and the rulers do. They learn what's necessary and then they create the opportunities to advance the people, to put the people to work based upon their merit. And so they're able to avoid or defer tax because it's not them working. It's not tangible record again, and they're dealing with debt. You know, tax is not debt is not taxable. They're using credit though, which is good debt. So again, I'm trying to get on that role.
hmm.
Absolutely. I'm all for the business. I'm all for the corporation. I'm not for slavery. I'm not for forced labor. I'm not for disrespect, you know. But I know that according to Noble Drew Ali, me as an American citizen, if there's someone out here who I can basically identify as a combatant, as an enemy, or as just like a leech to my society, yeah, I could put hands on it. You know, I can say, hey, police officer, this man is squatting.
You gotta get rid of them.
Gotta get rid of him. Hey, these people over here, they're trying to steal. No, I'm not snitching. I'm telling. I love Charleston White, bro. I'm not snitching because snitching means that I was doing something wrong. Nah, nigga, I'm telling. Because if I don't tell, you going to fuck up for the rest of us. I'm not telling because I don't like you. I'm telling you because I'm invested in this shit. I don't just come to work, clock in, and not feel like I'm not invested. I'm trying to own stock in this shit. I'm trying to leave this shit to my babies. If you out here, you know, what do they call it? Shaving numbers, right? If you're not out here up here keeping a true account, nigga, if you fucking with the church's money, you got to go, my nigga. You got to go. I'm not gonna turn the other cheek because you stealing, nigga. You stealing from me, my children, and everybody else, nigga. Nah, I don't want no parts of it neither. I don't want to steal with you. I'm here for good business, full faith practices, man. So it's really all about business. You yourself as a trader, you know, or let me rephrase that. If you're out here filling out any W-4s or 1099s, whatever the case may be, right, doing it with your national citizenship, it offers more benefit to you because the republic favors the creditor. It favors the creator. It doesn't favor necessarily those who are not active. You know,
Right.
equity doesn't favor those who don't do it. You feel me? My child can't sit here and tell me, "Oh yeah, this is all mine." I got a Fortune 500 business. He can't be like, "Yeah, this is mine," and the nigga ain't learned nothing about it. Nigga, I'm not giving it to you just because you were born to it, nigga. If you can't manage it, I'm not gonna let you squander shit.
Hey, you sound like the government.
Hey, that's not what you can do for you. That's not what your government can do for you. Straight up. You know what I'm saying? Together we stand, divided we fall. It's all about investing. Are you an investor? Are you a risk taker? Are you a calculated risk taker? Do you know what liabilities are good for you and what liabilities are not good for you? Do you know what assets are good for you and what assets are not? Well, do you know the difference between an asset and a liability? A car could be one or the other, but it's in its use, right?
Mm-hmm.
If the car is just used for leisure, it's a fucking liability, my nigga. And it's not a liability that I really want. A liability is anything that, to me, I learned that a liability takes money out of your pocket. Excuse me. Yes. A liability takes value away. An asset gives value too. So if I have a secured asset or a secured liability, I'm cool. If that shit is notes payable and I'm a liable party, run that shit the fuck in. Let me get mine. Right? But if I buy my car and all I'm using it for is leisure, it's not bringing me any finance. That's not a fucking, that's a liability to me. Now, if I got my car and my car is registered to a business and it's being used in the business, right? And it's being used to generate, to do commerce. Oh, that's a motherfucking asset. That's a secured asset. I like that. It's going to keep helping me. Not only is it going to help me, but when I pass away, whoever else gets to control it, it's going to help them too. It's the gift that keeps on giving. You heard? I know the difference between an asset and a liability. A house could be an asset. A house could be a liability. If you don't have assets paying for things, then anything that you got out here taking, it's a liability. If you don't have something to put money in, then you're going to run out of surplus at some point.
Right.
You know? So again, I don't mind having a license with my car. I'm out here trying to seek business to be employed with my motherfucking car. I need the bread. That's why I get a license. Why? Because I want to go do fucking business. Not, oh, the license is this and that. And man, people have the wrong concept, man. They have the
Yeah,
wrong.
like you said, they don't understand liability.
No, they don't. So I have a son. I have a 16-year-old son with autism. Right, he's high on the spectrum though. And I bought this accounting book for kids. Right, and it's like 10 chapters. My son has been reading that from front to back. I can tell you for several months now. Right, that's one of his curriculum. When he wakes up Monday through Friday, he got to read that, and he got to come tell me what he understands. Right. And it's gotten to the point my son has read that shit so much. My son came down to me the other day while I was on my live feed. I just finished up, and he was explaining to me the accrual system and how businesses with services are different in relation to taxes to businesses with products. This is what my son coming down and telling me based off of what he understood in that accounting book.
You said the difference between a business for
A
services
business
and a
that
business
offers
for products.
products versus a business that offers services. He was saying that a business that offers services is not allowed to use the accrual system or cash system the way he was trying to explain it to me. He said because basically what he was saying is that because people can stuff the books,
Okay.
and so that's not honorable, right? But a person offering services, they don't have products and inventory to try to, stuff or pad the
accounting.
account. Right.
Yeah.
Now he's trying to explain that to me with the accrual method of doing business in accounting.
Right.
And I'm like, damn, bro, I didn't even know that. I would like for my children, if they're going to be anything, I need them to be like, yo, you're a bookkeeper and or you're an accountant. We got enough sports and entertainment. Right? Let's go do what the Jews do and learn about accounting. Let's go see what that bread's like.
Yeah. So my son just graduated from Georgia State. He got a bachelor's. He got his bachelor's in finance and business management.
Oh man, look at
And
that.
he already has a position secured at BlackRock in New York.
That's what I'm talking
We
about.
out here in Georgia.
We need more of that.
Over $100,000 a year, bro, and he only 22 years old, man.
Man,
I'm so proud of
getting it. Not only is he getting it, he's not doing it through hard labor.
Nah.
He's using his mind more so than his
intelligence.
physical.
Yeah.
I got a nephew. He makes good money working out on fucking rigs and shit in the ocean and shit.
Mm-hmm.
All right, but it's hard labor. I'm not saying that it's not bad. It's bad, right? If you do it, do it. If that's for you. But it's hard labor, and you have to stay away from your family. And just to me, there's that possibility of I mean, damn, you out here in the water, my nigga.
Yeah.
Like you really out here on the motherfucking commercial. You really out here under maritime law, my nigga.
Right.
But he out there and he has to use muscle. He has to use physical muscle more so than mental muscle.
Right.
I would like for my children to understand that you could be just as great and just as strong with your fucking mind.
Mm-hmm.
I'm learning that a lot of people who are businessmen who have big money, a lot of them niggas, they didn't finish school. And a lot of them people, they have people who did go to college that work for them.
That's correct.
Hey, I don't mind working for a motherfucker who can put me to work. But I also wouldn't mind, like I said, being that creator of a Fortune 500.
Right.
I ain't got to pay none of that shit. I'm not None of that. I can defer all of that. And I'm still report it to the guy. Hey, I'm reporting that I'm not paying this shit.
Yeah, you come up with the right idea, man. You can make a significant amount of wealth, man.
Absolutely, man. And I'm thinking about it, man. I'm thinking about putting together a book consisting of all of this information through the eyes of this brother here, right? Because there's a lot of people out there putting information with his face and his name. It's like, yo, man, I think that if I could just present this, I would be a best-selling author. That's what I'm looking at. You know what I mean? Again,
Right.
I'm not trying to be out here working I'm not trying to strain in my work. I don't mind the sweat of my brow, but if I can avoid the sweat while working on my brow, I'm all more for it.
Yeah, you look like you're around my age, man. Them days over with.
I'm 43, dude.
Yeah, all right, we the same.
When I came home from prison, right, I was all muscular, right? But I was also I was still learning, but I was more educated, right, than the rest. And every time I went to apply for certain jobs, they seen this build on me. They didn't give a fuck that I had eloquent speech. They didn't care that I pronounced my ERs and my INGs and my LYs.
Right.
All they saw was a buck. And they just kept putting me everywhere. I kept being the back. They wouldn't let. I couldn't be a greeter or a server. Not that I would like to be, because it doesn't pay for me. But they definitely didn't put me in the front. They had me in the back of the house, bro. Get back in there with them dishes or something, man. You big. We can use you. Get there. You know what I mean? Or whenever I would work warehouse jobs and shit. Yeah, man, go in there. Like, damn, man, I don't, like, I understand that you see that in me, but my nigga, wear and tear ain't no joke. And I always knew I'm smarter than that.
Right.
That is fit for somebody, but that ain't fit for me. I didn't go to jail and lift all them weights so I could come home and be lifting. No, I was lifting weights because I was bored.
Right. Passing time.
Try to tell you, but I was studying too. So when I came home, like I started. I like customer service. I like inbound and shit like that.
Right.
Right. When I finally landed a job like that, I tried my best to stay with it, because I'm like, if I leave here, the only other jobs, because I wasn't qualified at the time, I wasn't out there trying to get any certifications or whatnot. I was like, I know if I lose this job, I gotta go work with my muscle again. I'm so tired of that. Let the young niggas do that shit.
Yeah. Say them
They
days
got
gone.
it, dude. They got it, dude. And if they can learn career-wise, if they can take that trade and through learning it, branch off into their own and then teach that, again, they're no longer doing it the labor. They got other people doing it. They can share that
Right.
shit. So that's what I'm on. I'm here to work smarter than that harder, man.
Yeah. Mind over muscle.
Right. If I could I see all of this shit on TikTok. Right? Everything, everywhere I go, all social media do is advertise. That's all the fuck it is. One big commercial. And I see all of these people's products and services on the TikTok shop or here or there. And I'm like, man, like I done bought into some of these shits. I'm like, yo, man, that's a simple ass fucking idea. I'm like, damn, if I could just figure one thing, if I could provide one good or one service, right? I am the brand. I'm going to milk that shit. Straight up.
Yeah,
And there's nothing new. So if I could present something to benefit my way, like again, with this national, I don't want to be out here selling the concept of nationality. But if I were into that shit, I'd have packaged this shit up quick. got the bread. But again, I'm not in it. I'm on King Solomon time. I'm not interested in the money. I'm interested in how it works. As long as I know how it works, I'll know that no matter where I'm at, I can create the fucking money.
Right.
You know what I mean? Man. But yeah, I would like to author and publish this book. I don't want to just author it. I want my own publishing company. Why not? You know what I mean? So that I can fucking publish the shit. Maybe I can, once I get the business profile, if you will, then I could go to one of these credit unions or whatnot, right? Or I can go to some of these state and federal government resource departments, right? And I can apply for grants and loans.
Right.
I can apply for credit based on my projected income, you know? And they can say, oh, yeah, we like that. He came with a business plan, something we can believe in. Yeah, we'll give you the finance. Oh, cool. So you're not my liable party. I owe you, but I'm going to take what you gave me. I'm not here to squander it. I'm finna invest it back into the same, economy, right? That I got it out of. That's all you need is a real business plan.
Right. Once you got the business plan, it's executed.
There you go. And again, I would love. That's why I have my I ain't even gonna call it so-called because I'm a speak to it as it is so that it will be what it needs to be. I have my educational institution. I would love nothing more than to hire more. I actually had a website at one point. I got tired of paying every month for it to stay up, and no one was utilizing it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I got a couple of people. There's a brother now. He was like, "Yeah, I grabbed that information a while ago," and he's saying now he's actually able to deal with it. And he went back to the page, and he's like, "It ain't there." I'm like, "Yeah, bro, it ain't there," because when I was trying to talk to people about it, nobody was coming to it.
Right.
You know what I mean? And I was taught in the Moorish diaspora that when you open up the meeting, when you open up for business, right, you let it be known that business is an operation. If motherfuckers don't show up after a certain amount of time, shut that shit down and go on, man. So that's what I did. I just let the shit run out.
Right. You see, it wasn't being productive.
Right. And I don't look at that as a business venture that failed. I learned something from that.
Of course.
You know what I mean? But I know that if nothing else, I know that there are people out here who haven't done what I just did. I actually executed a thing. Right? Even on the base level. I thought a thing. I created a thing. I drafted a thing. I presented a thing and it manifested. It just didn't work. That's cool. I'm going to use the same process with something else because I know that it works.
Right. All right, man. Well, I'm going to get out of here, man. I'm going to let somebody else chop it up with
No
you.
problem. I don't even know if anybody else is trying to get on, brother, but if nobody else comes up, then I'm going to close out myself. I'm going to let you down, all right? So that you don't lose it. And somebody actually just jumped up. Let me see. Hold on. Quick invites. There's two people. King. Stay Real Marcus. Okay. Peace. How you doing, family? I didn't hear you.
I seen y'all talking positive and figured I'd jump in.
All right, ain't nothing wrong with that. The more the merrier.
Oh God, man. I recently made a nice recent discovery today on some legal things. And that was pretty good shit. I was gonna share the news on that. I already know who needed to hear it.
Well, I mean, go by all means, go ahead I'm more than willing to receive whatever it is that you wish to present to me.
Uh, I recently been a real big advocate on Gap, like studying legal stuff. And let's say that everybody should know that time is our greatest asset, but yet we sell so much of our time for this money, right? So I just been helping, I guess, if a certain demographic understand the legal concept about involving themselves with the banking money and basically how we can free ourselves from some of this bondage they put us in that takes away a lot of our time.
No one put us in bondage but ourselves.
I mean, yeah, it was a tacit agreement, you're right, but at the same time, that doesn't stop the wrongdoing on their side of the fence too, because usury
You
is a
don't
sin.
stop the
So,
wrongdoing once you're aware of the wrongdoing. Once you can hold them niggas accountable, then they straighten up and fly right.
right.
Until then, they're gonna beat on you.
So let's say I'm a real big fan of. Let's say we all got a linear story that we can say what happened and when it happened, but it's hard to prove that legally. And I just recently found a code that's not really talked about a lot, but it's a big one. Basically, just to me anyway. But I never knew. Well, I ain't gonna say never knew, but legally, I couldn't find the code that references how every promissory note or legal tender that you give them is listed as a cash equivalent. So let's say, in certain credit situations where you lend them something like a piece of paper for value, you don't see that as cash equivalent. And then they get you to sign a promissory note to pay that same amount back plus interest. That's basically robbing me 110%. Is how I see it.
It's only robbing you because, and not you personally, but it's only robbing you because you're not aware of the caveat yourself.
Which buyers beware? Which one?
So if you're out here doing business, if you're out here contracting and you don't understand contracting, you're going to be abused.
Oh yeah, all the way. Capacity is a big element.
So again, they are. It's not hard for them to act unjust because we make it easy anyway.
Very much so.
That's all I'm saying. You know what I mean? The duties and responsibilities is up to every citizen. It's up to every individual to know the law, to know the business and the economic institutions, if you will, that are governing, our states. It's up to us. We're supposed to know that shit.
Right.
I don't even like. I've forgiven myself, right? But I don't even sit there and act like I haven't held myself accountable for the ignorance.
That's the part that a lot of us fight with, bro. A lot of us fight with that, and take it from a young brother who just turned 31. You know what I'm saying? Like,
welcome to the 30 and over, brother.
Oh man, look, I've been going through it since 28, 29, but yeah, I'm feeling it for sure. Now it's evident in everything I see. So I've been playing the regain my time type of game lately, man, in all aspects. Like, I just want more time for self, more time for God, more time for freedom. But you do see how you being ignorant and jumping into tacit agreements could bite you in the ass.
Head first, swan dive into them.
What? And sometimes you got to take your hat off to the sophistication of the deceit. Like, it's like, damn, they was even thinking on this one. You wasn't even thinking about it at all. And they made a way to monopolize off of it.
Somewhere along the road, citizens stop learning about what it means to be a citizen.
True.
And when that stopped being public information, it became secret information.
Right.
And so now secretly there are people who are acting as citizens and not even arguing with you when you say you're not.
Like, that's your declaration. That's your declaration.
You a non-citizen national? I'm not even arguing with you.
But you better know how to play business.
Period. If you come in here, you jump in this water.
Man,
See, you could be a shark all you want. I'm an orca, nigga.
that's all I'm telling you. What? You said the right
I'm an
word, boy.
orca.
Was a
When
shark to an
y'all
oracle,
run with
man.
me, I kill people for fun.
Rip apart.
I swat them sharks for fun. But I'm a peaceful and I'm really peaceful.
And man, that's what was really just on my mind heavy because I know I'm finna get ready to clock in and work soon. And I'll just be trying to find certain conversations to indulge in throughout the day because it's hard when you kind of enlightened to just, ignorance is bliss, bro. It's hard to go back.
Man,
It's
man.
hard to go back.
But remember, ignorance is only bliss to the fool. That's the whole statement.
Oh, they cut it short. Okay, no, you
Yeah,
putting me
it's
down.
cut short.
You putting me down. You really putting me down. I
Ignorance
never heard
is
nobody say
bliss
it all
to
the way.
the fool.
Mm,
Because
that
you
makes
don't
so
know.
much sense.
It's just whatever.
Mm.
Until you put your hand in that fire, you don't know what it means to be burnt. You have no fucking. You have no boundaries.
And see, man, just being personal for a little tad bit, I seen the real hand of that serpent, man, when I was like 17. I caught an attempted murder charge, and thank God I ain't got a record to this day. You know what I'm saying? I was able to get back out that following year, graduate high school.
All
And
sins forgiven. All harm, injury, or financial loss that you may have presented towards another citizen, forgiven. You've been
oh no,
redeemed.
none at all. It was really a vindication. Wrong place, wrong time. But no, I definitely seen how quick it's easy to get in and harder to get out.
Oh man, without a doubt.
Yeah, I did 7.5 months in my senior year behind that shit, man. $305,000 charge, man.
That is 7 years, bro.
And once you see it, it's like, bro, you can't even tell the next person about it. And I just had a brother last year get sentenced to life plus 30. So it's like, I see it one way in, one way out, but I'm escaping it. But it's like, I kid you not, bro. Last 2 years of my life, God gave me a very boring desk job. But when I tell you he gave me so many secrets to some shit I was praying for, and now I just be trying to articulate it to people, and I realize, like, bro, he gave
When
you
God
sight for a
sat you
reason.
down and allowed for you to be still enough.
Really, and I've been preaching that to a lot of our younger people, like, man, Black people got to get STI first, shelter, transportation, and income, just so you could be bored with yourself. Because some of us, we get locked up, and that's the only time we find peace to be bored with ourselves and find out what we good at. Damn, I didn't know.
Black citizens need to learn to recognize themselves nationally.
True.
And they need to learn how to operate in society and community, just like all other citizens, right?
True.
They should have their own farms, their own laundromats, their own schools, their own gated communities, right? And all of their businesses should be open to the public.
Right. Right.
But until there is organization within the black citizens, black, literally, that's one of the qualities of the black identity, is that there is no organization.
Right.
The brother Marcus Garvey, another brother, I still consider him an enemy, but still his work show. Elijah Muhammad.
They show
that black organizations
I said he's a difficult topic.
He ain't difficult to me. It was just me distinguishing, like, hey, in spite of the fact that I know the niggas out here with some falsehood, I'm going to speak to the truth that he brought. You know what I'm saying?
Right, because he does bring communion. I can't honor him for that.
So both of those people taught that even as a black or a Negro, right?
Right.
All it really takes for you to get your fucking foot in the door, all it takes for you in order to, how does it say, start for the kingdom of heaven, is to fucking organize, man.
Right.
Organize. Stop crying about the Arabs, the Europeans, the Asians that have businesses in your fucking community, and you go
Mm-hmm.
fucking do it.
Now, Killer Mike did a very good job with his documentary on Netflix showing how you couldn't even spend a black dollar within an hour with another black person.
What they call that shit, liquid money?
Yeah. You can't circulate the
Liquid.
dollar within the black community.
Liquidity. As soon they don't even touch it. They don't circulate that shit at all.
And that's what you learn what is the real power. It's the gatekeeping. The keeping of the knowledge that
But
keeps
see,
you
that's the
in a
thing. There
certain
is no
position. Dog.
gatekeeping. There is no gatekeeping. What it is that the people they're not aware. They're ignorant. It's in front of us, bro.
Nah, dead ass. I ask people all the time, like, how the hell you think you make income if you send your statements to the revenue service? They play word, it's language arts.
It is. And people, specifically our people, they don't know how to read. If you can't read
or
you
care.
can't contract.
Right.
Right. So again, the black society, if you will, they have no institutions because they have no men of business who are willing to come together and say, hey, you know what? We're going to do just like everybody else, and we're not going to be out here trying to war against things. Black people love to beat something the fuck up, whether it's a drum or a bum.
Right.
We love to beat something the fuck up.
I mean, they don't practice exclusivity is my problem. Like, not enough.
They don't practice, right. They don't circulate their dollar because, again, they don't have enough businesses in their own communities to say, hey, you know what? There's a laundromat, and at the laundromat, their services are provided for $10. Ours are provided for $12, but we're going to go spend our $12 here.
True.
We're not
organization.
Niggas love to get shit for cheap. I need it for the low, bro.
Yeah. You can't beat it. Gotta cut a corner.
What gotta cut a corner. You get what you pay for.
The bare minimum.
Bare minimum. You know, if you don't.
That's right.
Yeah, man. Like the Nation of Islam, they have farms. They have businesses. You even see some of the brothers and sisters who identify with the organization, right? But might not necessarily be a member. But they out here with they motherfucking bean pies and shit.
Going in.
They're showing all types of business, all types of enterprise. I don't see that in a lot of other black communities.
Not enough.
Not enough.
And that's what
black.
really was like, my
I'm
spirit.
not black.
No, it's just a color, man. You already know what time it is.
Just hear me out. I'm white.
Okay. On paper?
Right. I'm an African, right?
Right.
But I'm not an African American. I'm a North African born in America. And according to their ethnicity and race classification, the white race is a person having origins in any of the original peoples of Europe, the Middle East, or North Africa.
Right. See,
but we see that black and white both deal with Africans, but one has original peoples and one doesn't.
See, all my people stem from Blackfoot and Choctaw, straight out of Uchi, Alabama.
So even with that would be called American Indian. American Indian are, again, they're original peoples. They're not black. Black has no status as an original people under any land, under any treaty, under any...
Right.
None of that. That's not a real thing.
Never. The
niggas be like, oh, yeah, the ancient Africans were black. I'm like, fuck you mean?
You just contradicted yourself.
I mean, I know what they're trying to apply, but again, that's the ignorance. Niggas
but see, that's the thing I be calling out. It's like, hey, you're not speaking your mother tongue. You speaking English. You playing
my
English
mother tongue
game.
is English, bro.
Not you, just in general. Meaning, let's say you're jumping in a system and you have to learn how to do the legal jargon of the system. At least articulate yourself,
You
even
wanna
within
play
it.
you wanna play Monopoly and you ain't even fucking read the fucking directions, my nigga.
My guy, nobody ever goes for the instructions first.
You're already grabbing for pieces and you don't even know that you done grabbed the motherfucking red hotel thinking that's your piece, you gonna move on the fucking board. You don't even know the fuck you doing.
Backwards.
And you know, that's what we're dealing with. You know, again, I'm here to help the people get away from that shit.
Nah, for sure, man. But then if they not understanding, like anybody who's talking about destroying to rebuild, if they not showing respect to bloodshed, I don't take them serious. I ain't never seen a revolt without it.
I'm not even here to revolt. You feel me?
Exactly. But you hear so many of them talk of that nature.
Yeah. So the brother Drew Ali, who that's one of my main examples. Right? He spoke specifically about utilizing amendments in government, and he said not to overthrow the laws or the Constitution. So there was no revolutionary or overthrow activity. There is no radical or agitating activity that's coming from this business practice.
Right. But I'm sorry to
that's
cut it
what you
short,
see
man,
out
but I'm going
there.
to give you, respectfully, I got to cut it short to hit this clock. But I'm going to follow you so I can catch again, bro. I appreciate the energy.
No problem, man. Stay in tune.
Already.
All right, peace. I'm going to let you down. I got you. That's what's up. Anybody else desire to come and just chop it up, just be heard. You know what I'm saying? So I'm here to talk. I'm not here to just give information. I'm here to receive some too, and I'm receiving some. So for those 4 people who are still there, if anyone desires to come up, come on up. And if not, I'm going to close out because we've been here for a while. And I appreciate it. All right. Well, as always, I am your brother, man. Just come to show you the way, to protect you and guide you on your way to your own salvation. All right. I'm showing you how not to go around your elbow to get to your thumb. I'm giving this stuff to you as plain as possible with references. I'm using United States applications, United States forms, United States websites, right? All of the definitions, all of these terms. I'm showing you that this shit is applicable if you see it. You see what I'm saying? Again, thank you all for coming. And Islam, equity to you all, peace to you all, whatever it is that you're looking for. You know what I mean? Honor to you all. You all take care.